load into the game. Well, hopefully some notifications go out and I go live. Typically, my phone won't let me go live. Won't let me go live on YouTube unless I'm also live on Twitch. So if I get that email, I should be good. Let me know if the window behind me is too bright. There's some sun today. So welcome back into Skyrim. I'm dressed up in my majestic dragon scales. I did some significant switching around of things after the stream. Last time I had a lot of books to sort out. So we're going to start with what is likely not as exciting. We're going to start with Season Unending. The Jarl of Whiterun won't help me capture a dragon as long as the civil war is raging. Arngir has agreed to host a peace council at High Hrothgar. I need to convince the Imperials and the Stormcloaks to agree to a truce in order to defeat Alduin, who is a threat to both sides in the war. So we'll do that first. I still didn't bother to catch a vampire fish off stream. We'll figure out if there's a guaranteed location to grab one of those. So I've already talked to Tullius and Ulfric. They agreed to the Peace Council, so they will be here. And as will some other invited and uninvited guests. And see some of them coming now. Arngir?
So, you've done it. The men of violence are gathered here, in these halls whose very stones are dedicated to peace. I should not have agreed to host this council. The Greybeards have no business involving ourselves in such matters.
Don't worry, I'll get them to agree to peace.
Peace? I doubt it. They may put their weapons down for a moment, but only to gather strength for the next bloodletting. They are not yet tired of war. Far from it. Do you know the ancient Nord word for war? Season unending. And so it has proved. But regrets are pointless. Here we are.
I have no regrets.
Take your seat at the council table, and let us see what wisdom we can find among these warriors of Skyrim.
But wait, who approaches? Delphine and Esbern decided that they should be here.
So, Arngir, is it? You know why we're here. Are you going to let us in or not?
You are not invited here. You are not welcome here.
We have as much right to be at this council as all of you. More, actually, since we were the ones that put the Dragonborn on this path.
We know what path you've set him on, but he has made a different choice. Paarthurnax is still safe from your malice.
For now. The Blade's memory is long, as you know.
I will never kill
Delphine, we're not
Paarthurnax.
here to rehearse
Ever.
grudges. The matter at hand is urgent. Alduin must be stopped. You wouldn't have called this council if you didn't agree. We know a great deal about the situation and the threat that Alduin poses to us all. You need us here if you want this council to succeed.
I don't have as big a problem with Esbern as I do with Delphine.
Very well. You may enter.
He's certainly smarter than her and more level-headed. So we have Elenwen.
And so we meet again. But this time I know who and what you really are.
We have
If
Balgruuf.
you can arrange an end to the fighting, Dragon's Reach is at your disposal.
General
Is everyone
Tullius.
here? Let's get this started.
Jarl
I'm
Elisif.
here because it's required of me. But there's nothing to be gained by talking to that murderer.
And the
I'm glad I finally got a chance to see this place.
Over here we got Gelmar
When has any good ever come from talking to the Empire?
and Ulfric.
I never thought I'd ever willingly stand in the same room with Tullius again. At least not without a weapon in my hand.
But you have one at your waist.
We should get started. Alduin is only getting stronger.
We must make them see their danger, Dragonborn.
Take your seat, and we can begin.
So we do have to sit down.
Why delay?
Nova King.
Please, take your seat so that we can begin.
I'm about to be talking for a little bit. I mean, they'll do most of the talking, but gotta make sure I'm hydrated. Sorry, I know tea was suggested, but I didn't want to take the time to make it. Alright. Let's take a seat and get into it.
Now that everyone is here, please take your seats so we can begin.
Turn off notifications on my phone.
I hope that we have all come
No.
here in the spirit
You
of...
insult us by bringing her to this negotiation? You're Chief Talos Hunter?
That didn't take long.
Here, here.
I have every right to be at this negotiation. I need to ensure that nothing is agreed to here that violates the terms of the White Gold Concordat.
She's part of the Imperial delegation. You can't dictate who I bring to this council.
Please, if we have to negotiate the terms of the negotiation, we will never get anywhere. Perhaps this would be a good time to get the Dragonborn's input on this matter.
What do you think? Are we going to let Ulfric dictate terms to us before the negotiations even start?
Here's how I'm going to do this. Now, in one sense, the Thalmor should be here because they have the current treaty with the Empire that should be honored to prevent war from breaking out with them. But on the other hand, I hate the Thalmor, and as I'm going to be so blatantly favoring the Empire in every other part of this negotiation, I'll at least concede 1 point and tell Elendil to get out. So Ulfric has a point. The Thalmor have no business here.
Maybe so, but we shouldn't be making concessions before negotiations even start. Makes us look weak.
You are weak.
Let Ulfric have his way now. He'll have to give ground later.
I can see the back of you.
I guess I'll defer to your judgment on this one, but I think it's a mistake.
Very well, Ulfric. Enjoy your petty victory. The Thalmor will treat with whatever government rules Skyrim. We would not think of interfering in your
Of course they will. Well, they want it to last as long as possible
Skyrim
so
will
as many
never bow
Nords
to the
die as...
Thalmor. Unlike your
Yeah.
Imperial friends here.
You're lucky I respect the Greybeard's counsel, Galmar.
Legate, we represent the Emperor here.
The Emperor is not long for
won't
this
happen
world,
again.
but okay.
Now that that's settled, may we proceed?
I have something to say first.
Here we go.
The only reason I agreed to attend this council was to deal with the Dragon Menace. There's nothing else to talk about. Unless the Empire is finally ready to renounce its unjust claim to rule over the free people of Skyrim.
I knew he wouldn't be able to resist.
A temporary truce to allow the Dragonborn here to deal with the dragons, nothing more. I consider even talking to the Empire a generous gesture.
Are you done? Did you just come here to make speeches, or can we get down to business?
Yes, let's get this over with.
Are we ready to
Yeah, I'm
proceed?
sick of his speeches too.
Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, this council is unprecedented. We are gathered here at the Dragonborn's request.
That's
I ask
me.
that you all respect the spirit of High Hrothgar, and do your best to begin the process of achieving a lasting peace in Skyrim. Who would like to open the negotiations?
Yes, let's get down to it. We want control of Markarth. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
So that's why you're here, Ulfric? You dare to insult the Greybeards by using this council to advance your own position?
Let's see if we can fail
Jarl
the Peace
Elisif.
Council.
General, this is outrageous. You can't be taking this demand seriously. I thought we were here to discuss a truce.
Elisif, I said I'd handle it. Ulfric, you can't seriously expect us to give up Markarth at the negotiating table. You hoped to gain in council what you've been unable to take in battle, is that it?
I'm sure Jarl Ulfric does not expect something for nothing.
No, he does.
Yes, that'd be entirely out of character.
He said it. Okay.
Wait, General, you don't intend to just hand over Markarth to that traitor?
This is how the Empire repays us for our loyalty?
Enough. First, let's be clear. This council wasn't my idea. I think it's a waste of time. You are a traitor
much of the
to
fan base
Empire
agrees
and
with you.
deserve a traitor's death. But I at least will negotiate in good faith. Since we're all here at your request, I'd like to hear what you think Markarth is worth.
So, Riften is probably the fairest trade. But I don't really want to give up, I don't want to give up, Markarth at all. So, since, thanks for being here, Benjamin. So, since I have to give up Markarth either way, I should make sure that the Empire is getting as much back as possible. If the Stormcloaks are getting a walled city, so too should the Imperials. So how about Riften?
The rift would help secure our communications with Cyrodiil, and threaten Ulfric's southern flank.
The Dragonborn has spoken, Tullius. Markarth will be ours. Now we'll see if there's anything behind your talk with good faith.
I'll get Markarth back soon enough.
I expected better of you, Dragonborn. You swore an oath to serve the Emperor.
I gave you the fairest trade I could there.
I can see now that this is not a negotiation at all. I know you, Ulfric. If I hand over Markarth, you'll be ready with a new demand. You'll never defeat the Empire, and you know it. But you're willing to sacrifice
I'll just take Markarth back as soon as I
your
can.
own selfish ambition. Soon enough, I'll have you back under the headsman's axe, and this time there won't be any dragon to save you.
As always, the Empire's fine words are worth nothing.
Stop! Are you so blind to our danger that you can't see past your pitiless agreements? Here you sit arguing about nothing, while the fate of the land hangs in the balance.
Is he with you, Delphine? If so, I advise you to tell him to watch his tongue.
He is with me, and I advise you both to listen to what he has to say before you do anything rash.
Don't you understand the danger? Don't you understand what the return of the dragons means? Alduin has returned, the World Eater. Even now he devours the souls of your fallen comrades. He grows more powerful with every soldier slain in your pointless war. Can you not put aside your hatred for even one moment in the face of this mortal danger?
I don't know about the end of the world, but this dragon situation has gotten out of hand. If this truce will help the Dragonborn here put an end to that menace, we both gain. Remember that, Ulfric. Now, back to the matter at hand. You know as well as I do that we can't hand over Markarth on these terms.
You see what talking to them gets us?
No one in this game, no one in this room is as cool as Captain Picard.
You slaughtered the very people you claim to be fighting for. True sons of Skyrim would never do such things.
Damned Imperial lies. My men would never stoop to such methods, even in retaliation for your butchery at...
All the blood spilled in this war is on your head.
So, Dragonborn, what do you say?
Ulfric should compensate you for Karth Wasten.
Well said. For once you'll actually pay for your crimes. I suppose that's the fairest deal we're likely to get.
It seems we may have an agreement.
Let's see if I can grab a book while they're talking.
Ulfric, General Tullius, these are the terms currently on the table. Markarth will be handed over to Ulfric's forces.
Star
Jarl
Trek: The
Edmund
Next
will step
Generation
down,
with
and
cats.
Songvor Silverblood will become the Jarl of Markarth.
Resistance is
The
futile.
Stormcloaks will withdraw
Let's
from
open
the
a random
rift,
one and I'll show
allowing
it to you.
Imperial troops unhindered access.
There are 4
Jarl
lights.
Leila Lawgiver will step down, and Maven Blackbriar will become the Jarl of Riften.
I love Star Trek.
The Stormcloaks will pay appropriate compensation for the massacre at Karthwaystel. You both agree to this?
The Sons of Skyrim will live up to their agreements, as long as the Imperials hold to theirs. What about you, Elisif? Are these terms to your liking? Speak up! I'm sure General Tullius is waiting to do your bidding.
I have nothing to say to that murderer. General, you've proven yourself a good friend to Skyrim. I continue to trust that you will do your utmost to safeguard our interests.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. I appreciate your loyalty. The Empire can live with these terms, yes, for a temporary truce, until the Dragon Menace is dealt with. After that, Ulfric, there will be a reckoning. Count on it. Taking control of the Rift was a great victory. Ulfric must be rather nervous with us so close to his doorstep.
Come on, Galmar. We have a lot of...
And I received the Daedric Sword of the Inferno.
It's a heavy price for this truce, Dragonborn. I hope it was worth it.
Me
Jarl
too.
Balgruf, I assume you are familiar with the Dragonborn's plan.
All freaking Galmar
Yes.
just getting out of here.
Ready to do my part. Just say the word, and my men will help you spring this trap.
But the difficulty remains how to lure a dragon to Dragon's Reach at all.
Well, that's an excellent question. You haven't overlooked that little detail, have you?
Of course not. But Esbern is here.
I can be of help here. I anticipated the problem. While you were arranging this meeting, I was busy in the library of Skyhaven Temple, an unguessed trove of lost lore. But the important thing is that the Blades recorded many of the names.
But Patrick Stewart has voice acted for the Elder Scrolls. He was the voice of Uriel Septim VII in Oblivion.
I believe I've identified one of the dragons that Alduin has raised up.
How does that help us?
Don't you see? The names of dragons are always 3 words of power. Shouts. By calling the dragon with a voice, he will hear you wherever he might be.
Why would he come when called?
He's not compelled to, but dragons are prideful by nature and loath to refuse a challenge. Your voice in particular is likely to intrigue this dragon after your victory over Alduin. I think it's very likely that he will be unable to resist investigating your call.
So what's this dragon's name?
Ah, indeed. I'm no master of the voice, like these worthy gentlemen, but it is written here in this scroll. Oda Ving, winged snow hunter, as I read it.
And I learn. Shout to call a dragon. Dubbing. So now I can prepare the trap for him. And can I actually still do
What is it? I hope this truce gives you what you need. It won't last.
Dovahkiin.
That could have gone worse. Now it's up to you to deliver.
I'm glad you were able to negotiate a truce, but I don't trust Ulfric. He'll break his word as soon as it suits him.
Yes? What is it? Very good.
As soon as I get back to Whiterun, I'll get my men ready.
Yeah, actually, I'll have to walk back. I'm gonna get on Shadowmere and see if I can catch up to Ulfric and Galmar on their way down. Because they scrammed as soon as they could. As soon as you get the council agreed to, you can actually follow the people all the way to High Hrothgar I've seen people basically escort Elisif all the way from Solitude to the top. Frost Troll is of zero concern to me or any of the people who were at that Peace Council. They would all tear that troll apart. Ulfric would probably shout it off the side of the mountain. Hello, Ludicrous. It's going pretty well. How are you? We just negotiated a truce. Temporary truce, of course. Oh, we're getting attacked by a dragon. I'm happy to get attacked by a dragon right now. We started off the episode with just talking. So we gotta get some action in here. Dragon run and see where he decides to land. All three words. Keep him down. It's just a regular dragon, so it should not be any concern to take him out. In fact, I'm so confident. I very much enjoy this game. It's not my favorite game ever, but it's pretty far up there on the list. And I'm enjoying sharing this particular playthrough with anyone who decides to come by. Now, I'm pretty far along in the main story, so it's pretty well, but I'm gonna spend some time on some of the other quest lines in the game now. Just want that truce to be secured. I'm not sure where Shadowmere went, but I'm still gonna see if I can catch up. Looks like the Frost Troll went ahead while I was busy. Or this is a different Frost Troll. The Frost Troll did more damage than the dragon. As far as streaming at least goes, I do Skyrim 3 times a week and Stardew Valley twice. But I do also play other games, just on my own pleasure. Two more Frost Trolls. I'm finding enemies, and I stream 5 times a week. On Thursday and Sunday, I take off. But I try to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Trying to start as close to 2 p.m. Central Time, where I live, as I can. I think I know what's coming, and I can tell you that I am not interested. Yeah, if I haven't caught up to all freaking Galmar by this point. I think it's a safe bet that they probably just have teleported away by now. Basically, unless I fight an Elder Dragon, enemies have gotten easy. And now that I have dragon equipment, anything less than master difficulty just seems like I'm not even trying to challenge myself. I haven't discovered Pine Deep Cavern. Let's plot the shield. They hit me a few times. Bring it on, bear. Aha, I disrupt you. This random hunter has died. Have at it, bear. Give me one more block level. And I'll end your life. Goodbye. Hey, that was enough for a level up too. Neato. Okay. So I said I was going to work on something else besides the main quest. I am going to go to Proving Honor, head over to Dustman's Cairn and go through that area with Ayla. Continue the Companions quest line.
We should keep moving.
I was also going to ask someone to come with me, but I can't until I have done this quest.
I
can't get another follower until I'm done with this.
Do well here, and you'll be a full member of the Companions. Fail, and it won't matter anyway. It was the blade hefted by Ysgramor when he returned to drive the elves out of the old Skyrim. Without that axe, this whole land would be overrun still. One of those ice brains who wanders the land, getting people's hopes up. From my view, I don't think we'll find anything here.
I think we'll find plenty of things here.
There's still a chance for you to prove yourself, though. Or this trial might last longer than you'd like. I'll take my leave, then.
What do you mean take your leave? You're coming in, too. I'll take some of this hanging moss. You can make some pretty valuable potions with it. And then, even after having done earlier things, even after the Master of Mountain Potama's Catacombs, I always feel like I'm running out of hanging moss. But I think I'll be able to get level 100 alchemy without it this time around. Alright. No, I'm not gonna sneak in here. Actually, I didn't make him bring my two-handed weapon. I'll be fine.
Looks like someone's been digging here, and recently.
So, this will be my first dungeon since completing the Stones of Baron Zaya last stream. So we'll get to see the effects it has on the number of gems I'm finding. 3 flawless gems in this novice lock chest right into the entrance. Gems on both the Draugr. You never have to worry about finding gems again at this point.
Be careful around the burials.
Most of the Draugrs here will be Death Lords, since I didn't come in here until I was quite a high level already. I do have a Greater Soul Gem. I have some of each level of gem. So I will do a lot of soul trapping, at least early on. I did turn up the difficulty, and even with dragon armor, Death Lords are still tough enemies. So. Okay. That's a Death Lord down. Let's trap this. Oh, not the magic to trap the white. There's still a Scourge. It's the one that summoned the Atronach. Try and get around to the other side here. Take it down as quickly as I can. Okay. It looks like that Jogger had an iron arrow in him, which means that iron is probably what Ayla is using. Which is not going to be great for us. Even though combat is over for now, I will remember to heal my wounds to keep increasing my restoration. But I can hear another Jogger. So, they determined that I said that, most Death Lords give greater souls. It's the ones that are using like ebony bows and the like that give you grand. So I won't have to soul trap most of the Death Lords. Unless I find more greater soul gems, then of course I would. You can see, however, that many of the Jogger here are already dead. Which should be our first clue that there may be more here than we're expecting.
Ah, the ceremonial juncture. The old Nords used to do sacrifices here. Look around for a way to open those bars.
I almost never do this quest with Ayla, it's usually with Farkas, so it's nice to hear the different dialogue for once. Most other people would do the quest with Farkas too. He was just giving me a bugged quest, so I had to do Ayla instead. As far as I know, there are a lot of people who don't even know you can have Ayla as your companion for this quest. So, even if you know it's a trap, you have no choice. You have to pull this lever and get trapped in here. Eventually Ayla will come over here and continue the quest.
Now look what you've gotten yourself into. No worries, just sit tight. I'll find the release. What was that?
Look out.
It's time to die, dog. We knew you'd be coming here. Your mistake, companion.
Which one is that?
Doesn't matter. She wears that armor, she dies.
Killing you will make for an excellent story.
None of you will be alive to tell it.
That dialogue is the same.
Never should have come here.
Hello, werewolf.
Enough of this! No sign of him.
At this moment alone, she can talk normal human speech while a werewolf. Never again, though.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
What was that?
Come on now, you're a sharp one. You must have heard of werewolves before.
There we go, books
It's a
about
blessing given to the most honored of the companions.
You're going to make me a werewolf?
No, only members of the Circle get this blessing. Right now, we're just seeing if you're worth keeping around. Now let's move. I think that was the last of the Silver Hand, but still plenty of Draugr for the both of
Farkas
us.
says, eyes on the prey, not on the horizon. So, if you need money, maybe do this quest, because a lot of these guys will have on them silver weapons that sell for a reasonable amount of money. If you follow the 10 times the carry weight to value, every silver weapon beats that requirement. I won't be taking it. I will take one each of the
we should keep moving.
sword and the great sword just to keep at home. But
I've heard
be
you may
using or
actually
selling
be
them.
stronger than you look. Perhaps we can hunt together someday.
The companions are werewolves?
Not all of us, just the members of the Circle. We shouldn't be talking about this anyway.
Who are the Silver Hand?
A group of werewolf hunters who have gotten wise to our little secret. They've made it their mission to hunt us down, but we are hunters ourselves.
Farkas will tell you
Until
they're bad
next time.
people who don't like werewolves, so we don't like them. That's the lever that freed me. So most of who we will fight here is not Draugr, but in fact
Someone there?
Silverhand. Some of them can be pretty tough, but I'm reasonably certain that I can handle them this time around.
Lucky hit!
Keep your head about you. By the way, I'm very close to the armor cap. Even though I put like no perks into light armor yet. I had elven arrows, so could have been dangerous if I didn't get close to him. You can take all the stuff off of that, there's no trap that it triggers. The Imperial Light helmet earlier, that would trigger the trap. Now there will still be some Draugr. So, don't be careless at least. This is why I will sometimes recommend making smithing legendary. If you get the Prowler's Prophet perk, you'll find so many gems you can make the most valuable jewelry without difficulty. There are some Silverhand in here that take forever to actually detect you. So I will...
Watch it there, brother.
Ayla, you walked right in the path of my arrow. That one's on you.
That's your best, huh?
Of course, my arrow did a lot of damage to her. So she may be kneeling soon. Especially if this guy keeps on getting power attacks on her. Trying to kill him with archery, but he keeps dodging.
I fought worse than you.
Alright, there's one up there. He moves so much. And the speed with which you draw your bow is determined by its weight. So, despite the Dragon Bone bow doing a lot of damage, it's also heavy. Oh, the Death Lord came. Well, she's dead. Silverhand will not last long against the Death Lord. She's running away. I mean, I can't say I blame her.
Come on, let's see you put up a fight.
I want to finish this fight so that Ayla can get her health back. She can actually help again.
You think I'm afraid of you?
Alright.
Guess it's all.
Now the Silverhand archer is coming back. I'll let her run down the stairs before I... Ayla! That is Lydia. I put a lot of arrows into that Death Lord. Novice chest. My lockpicking will go up. Will definitely go up a level while I'm here. Not from a novice chest, of course, but there's plenty more to unlock before I'm done here. Hey, she kept running in front of me. I am not going to take responsibility for that. If she doesn't want to get hit, then stay behind me. Too bad this isn't old Skyrim. If it were, my arrows would still be in her. But with patches and updates, they realized that maybe the arrows shouldn't stick around forever. The Silver Hand often have ingredients for and outright potions of cure disease. As, of course, to them, werewolves are not something granted by Hircine. They see it as a disease. Alright, here's our master chest. This is why I knew I was going to get a lockpicking level. Probably even before I managed to get it open. Unless I... Haha! I only broke one lockpick on this master chest. Excellent. I don't want most of that stuff. But it's still satisfying when you open a master chest with it and break only a single lockpick. So there's nothing to worry about in this room. I'm taking all the gems just so you can see how much you can get in a run through a dungeon with this perk. I don't need this many gems at the moment, but it'll be a nice visual. So this room is fine. There will be enemies moving forward. I will mostly dagger the sleeping Draugr, because attacks done with the dagger do not make sound, so it won't risk waking up the others. Of course, most sleeping Draugr are lower level ones anyway, so even if it did wake up, I would be fine. You won't find a lot of Death Lords sleeping. There's a Silver Hand guy right here. Let's see the sneak attack on him. He did get a hit on me, so I'll heal it off. I know there's a mod that lets you craft bandages for healing. And if you're using that mod, linen wraps are useful. There are also some clothing armor mods that use linen wraps for crafting. But in the base game, they're just basic ruined clutter. You see the basically there are no empty urns or burial urns at this point. Okay, so there are 3 silver hand in this room. 1 up there.
Someone there?
And 2 lower down. They'll run around that corner and I will be ready with my arrows. They will do the impossible dodge.
No! Hello? Who's there?
I'm standing in the darkness though, so they have no idea where I am.
No more! I yield! I yield!
No problem. And you wonder why stealth archers are overplayed. Didn't even get detected. I wasn't completely hidden, but I was hidden enough to continue getting sneak bonuses. This one died earlier on. Hawk feathers are lovely. Hawk feathers have cure disease as their first effect, so even if you don't have perks to get in additional effects from eating ingredients, if you want to carry hawk feathers around instead of cure disease potions, you can do that. They weigh a lot less. There is a coin purse up there. I do not have to use whirlwind sprint or anything. I can jump on top of this and see the coin purse. Alright, I'll drop a save and keep going. Pressure plate right there. Ayla will probably step on it.
Is someone there?
Let an arrow go. There are 2 guys in here.
Anybody there?
Again, I'm in complete darkness. I'm surprised they're not fighting Ayla. He ran into me and still didn't detect me. I usually say that around this time they don't detect you unless they run into you, but in some cases they can run right into you and still won't notice you there. Non-locked chest here, and moving on to the second zone of Dustman's Cairn. I believe there's 1 enemy in this room. A silver hand waiting against the crypt there. His armor was not as strong. There's nothing on there.
A fight.
So, there are some silver hand fighting some Draugr here.
I'm getting out of here.
You can now rush forward and try and join in the fight, or you can take your time and let them fight each other for a little bit. I will take that path though. No, I'm gonna arrow these dead Draugr, or sleeping Draugr. It doesn't give me as much sneak, and they might survive a hit or 2. But both of my sneak and one-handed are level 100, so I'm just wasting experience by killing them with my dagger. So it looks like the silver hand won the fight down below. Alright. That's 1 down. Hale's getting double team. If I hit a guy enough times, they'll switch their attention to me because my weapon does so much damage. Or if she goes down, they'll focus on me as well. And Archer this way. Use you. I could be doing a little bit more damage to that. Okay, there's another enemy up ahead. I'll take a moment to heal and check these bodies. Ingredients mostly. And any arrows I may have left behind.
This should be good.
I'll find you.
You're facing the wrong way, sir.
I'll show you a real fight.
He's kind of up against some dead enemies right there. He also appears to be stuck. So I will stand right here and hit him with arrows. Because if I try to swing at him with my sword, he's kind of the dead bodies are absorbing most of the hits. So if I just stand here and hit him with arrows instead, it's a little better. Actually, I'll be really mean. Kill it with fire. Of course, I don't have the destruction skill necessary to cast very many fire spells before I activate for some. And that might get them unstuck. Yeah, it did. Kill him with fire. I almost never use the fire breath shout. I go mostly with Unrelenting Force and Marked for Death. They're the ones that I use the most. I know there are many good reasons to use other ones. I feel like this chest should be trapped, but it's not. So there will be some dead Draugr and maybe some dead Silverhand up here where they were fighting. So that is the way forward through that room. Burial urn here with a couple of gems, a wrapped Draugr, some glass arrows. Wondering if I should relax some of my rules a little bit so I'm not leaving as much behind in chests. It's not like the rules are really hindering me at this point. I have what I need to make any potions I need to. I don't need gold. Gold is no longer a limiting factor in this playthrough, so what does it matter if I take and loot and sell stuff? Let me know what you think in chat, if I should just kind of transition to a more normal playthrough. This point, I'll still keep only using things that I make myself, but in terms of like picking things up, looting and selling. I mean, even if if I did pick up those glass arrows, why would I use them when I have hundreds of Dragonborn arrows with me? So there's Dustman's Cairn key in this chest. If you don't open the chest, there's another key just sitting out, I think. Isn't there? Maybe there's not. But either way, unlock the chest. Not hard to get the key. You do require the key to open that door. Some skeevers up ahead. Obviously not anything to be concerned about. Just be aware of them. There was a red dot because there's more through that door. More wrapped Draugr and a ruined book. Ruined books make me sad. I like books. I don't want them to be ruined or burned. Someone sent me a text asking if I'm okay, but I don't recognize the number. I really even know that area code. New York City. Do I know anyone in New York City? Yeah, I think that's spam. Anyway, I'll continue on. This door is not locked. There are more creepy crawlies. There are some spiders coming up. Fair warning. Now, Farkas will say later on that he hasn't been able to handle spiders since Dustman's Cairn. There's like 2 of them. I mean, I know the frostbite spiders are horrid, but I feel like it would take more than 2 to have a permanent traumatic effect on you, like it appears to have on him. There are 2 Deathlords here, and one of them does appear to be an archer. He was trying to use Unrelenting Force, but my power shot staggered him.
Come on, let's see you put up a fight.
I know that there's someone over here. I'm gonna hit this one with a dagger. I'm detected enough that I'm not doing sneak damage anymore. I'm hoping this is a grand one. Let's find out. Nope. Ah, because it was only glass bow. It's only the ones with ebony bows. The other Death Lord fell down here, I think. Doesn't matter too much that I looted, but I wouldn't mind doing so. Oh, that was further ahead, okay. Get that over here. We do have a big fight coming up. That'll be fun. Not necessarily stronger enemies, but the volume of enemies is extreme. Yeah, and I'm not even checking all of the dead and wrapped Drakkar. I'm still gonna have hundreds of gems when I get out of here. It works for mining too. As the perk says, anywhere gems might be found, members of the Thieves Guild always seem to find a bit more. So you get more from mining spots as well. It's not just dungeon crawling that's going to get you more gems. So this is the final room. You can go forward with no issues. The boss chest is over here. Always funny to find flames somewhere. There's some soul gems on here. You could grab those to trap the Drakkar you'll be fighting. Go ahead and get the word. It is a word of fire breath, so I now have all three. Go for sure, my friends. Yeah, I'll get Soul Trap ready. And the sword. The trigger for things happening.
We should keep moving.
Is taking the fragment of Utherad. That will cause Deathlords to wake up. And other Drakkar. It's not only going to be Deathlords. In fact, there'll probably be there'll probably be like 2 or 3 Deathlords total. And almost certainly not more than one at a time. But in time, all these coffins will open. Let's see, there's not already another Death Lord placing one of the previous ones. This regular Drakkar is fleeing. That's how you unrelenting force Death Lord. I'm trying to time my power attacks too. Let's back away as he's shouting. Heal myself a little bit more. Restoration went up. Alright. That's another Death Lord down. There's a white back here. I heard another First Sword out, but that doesn't necessarily mean Death Lord. Scourge can do it too. Looks like there's a couple that have Alar in the corner here. I'm being hit. Okay, I cannot heal right now. So let's use a level up to do it. Should use some like health potions. I have a ton of them. I'll slow trap this one anyway. Even if you don't have a gem to put them in, slow trap still gives me experience. Aha! Oh gosh. I didn't keep track of what one had done damage to already. This is the one that's almost dead. Finish off that one. We've got 3 Death Lords right now. I'm going to pull out the vegetable soup for unlimited power attacks. I think I have this one with the shield. Alright. Unlimited power attacks, not unlimited heals. Oh, and shield bashing too. Alright, we're down to 1 Death Lord. Now there's just 1 Restless Draugr. See if I can get the... We saw that the door out of here was open, briefly. Wait, more? I thought I was done. It's at least 2 more enemies though. A Restless Draugr back here that was kneeling. And then this Death Lord. It's only got an iron shield though. And I still have the unlimited power attacks. Vegetable soup lasts for a while. Okay, I think we're done now. If we are, the store is unlocked. Nope, still locked. I'll pick it open anyway. Just for a little more experience. Yes, I think we are completely done. Dungeon is cleared. I have the fragment, I have the word. That's good enough. Used to level up, but I didn't turn down the difficulty or use God mode, so I'm gonna call that good.
We need to get back to your Vasker.
Sure thing, Ayla. Let's get back. Alright. Question for the chat. Continue companions or return to the Dark Brotherhood or return to the Mages College? I am good with any of the three. I see Dark Brotherhood in the chat, so I will go ahead and turn the Killing Empire on.
The Greybeards have arranged a truce between the Stormcloaks and Imperials. How long can such a thing last?
Ulfred, patron of the great clan Battleborn.
All hail the Dragonborn.
Lucas is
We've been
waiting.
awaiting your return.
Why are you waiting for me?
Come, follow me.
So I just need to be officially inducted.
Brothers and sisters of the Circle, today we welcome a new soul into our mortal fold. This man has endured, has challenged, and has shown his valor. Who will speak for him?
I stand witness to the courage of the soul before us.
Would you
Yeah,
raise
they
your
don't do a whole
shield
lot.
in his defense?
I would stand
Every
at his
now and
back
then you'll
that the
find some
world
companions
might never
out
overtake
fighting
us.
a dragon
would you
or
raise
something,
your
but
sword
yeah,
with
they
his
do a
arm?
lot of waiting
It
around.
stands ready to meet the blood of his foes.
And would you raise a mug in his name?
I would lead the song of triumph as our mead hall reveled in his stories.
Then the judgment of this circle is complete. His heart beats with fury and courage that have united the companions since the days of the distant green summers. Let it beat with ours, that the mountains may echo and our enemies may tremble at the call.
It shall be so.
Well, boy, you're one of us now. I trust you won't disappoint.
What does it mean to be a companion?
It means living such that your shield siblings would proudly say they fought at your side. Glory in battle, honor in life. Deal with problems head on. Leave whispers and sneaking to the gutter rats who can't fight.
Yes, that is a common bug that Skjor comes back to life. I have had it happen in almost all of my playthroughs. I don't know why it happens, I don't mind that it happens. But yeah, it is a known bug. Is it true that the companions are werewolves?
I see you've been allowed to know some secrets before your appointed time. No matter. Yes, it's true. Not every companion, though. Only members of the Circle all share the blood of the beast. Some take to it more than others.
What about you?
Well, I grow old. My mind turns towards the horizon, to Sovngarde. I worry that Shor won't call an animal to glory as he would a true Nord warrior. Living as beasts draws our souls closer to the Daedric Lord Hircine. Some may prefer an eternity in his hunting grounds, but I crave the fellowship of Sovngarde.
You're looking to cure yourself?
Yes, but it's no easy matter. But you don't need to share the worries of an old warrior. This day is to rejoice in your bravery. And speak to Yorland if you want a better weapon than whatever that is.
Okay, so normally I agree with that statement. Speak to Yorland if you want a better whatever that is. But I have a dragon bone sword. I respect the workings of Yorland Greymane, but he does not compare to dragon bone weapons.
Some nights I dream about the mists of Sovngarde.
Especially, you know, ones that have been upgraded. But it is true that Skyforged steel is better than regular steel. The Skyforged steel is equal to elven weapons in base damage. And they benefit from steel smithing perks, so you don't have to spend an extra perk on elven to upgrade it to the same level. Just the one on steel.
My poor Fralia thinks Thorald's still alive, but I know better.
I need training in smithing.
You've already learned all I can teach you. There's nothing more I can teach you.
Tell me about yourself.
You blind boy? I'm a blacksmith. Any halfwit could see that.
Quite a forge you've got here.
Skyforge? Aye, my clan fathers have worked it since the first Greymanes came to Whiterun. Skyforge steel is all the companions will use, for good reason.
I mean, I wouldn't say Skyforge steel is overrated. It is good, just not as good as, you know, glass or ebony, daedric, dragonbone. There's better. It's good, but there is better. Where are the companions?
By Ismir's beard, I ain't one for humor. You know who the companions are, so quit your asking.
Are you a companion?
Why? Who says I have to be? Skyforge steel is my art and honor. The companions need the best, so they come to me.
I was told you would have a weapon for me.
Yes, lad. You've been raised into the companions, I hear. I can fashion whatever kind of weapon you want. Finest forge in Skyrim, right here before you.
Also, you can get a Skyforged weapon basically very early in the game. Whiterun is one of the, likely the first major city you'll come to. You can do the companions right away and get a Skyforged steel weapon almost right out of the gate, and it will carry you through a decent portion of the game. So I can get a sword, I can get a dagger, I can get a battle axe, I can get a great sword, or I can get a war axe. No mace or warhammer is available. It doesn't really matter what I take. I'll take the battle axe because I think it looks cool. I won't be
just
using
like Ysgramor himself.
the blade. It will be as sharp as Fralia's tongue, you can say, if you take one of
Gods
those.
be praised.
You can also, if you want additional Skyforge weapons, you can buy any of the ones that he offered, plus the Warhammer. If you want additional Skyforge steel weapons, he will also sell wolf armor, which is heavy armor that is unique to the companions. And of course, all the other stuff that other blacksmiths will carry. Also, eventually, I can use the Skyforge to make that stuff as well. Just not yet. But I'll get there. You have to get further in the companions before you can use the Skyforge to make wolf armor and Skyforge steel weapons. I'll pull out the steel battle axe for just a moment. Yeah, I like battle axes. I think I'll make a dragonbone battle axe to start leveling up two-handed. But I asked, and Dark Brotherhood was suggested, so that is the questline we will be carrying on for now. I do have to ask the companion leaders for additional work before I can continue on that questline. So, I said I'd talk about how many gems I got. 18 amethysts, 6 diamonds, 11 emeralds, 11 flawless amethysts, 15 flawless diamonds, 14 flawless emeralds, 12 flawless garnets, 10 flawless rubies, 10 flawless sapphires, 10 garnets, 13 rubies, 7 sapphires, all from one dungeon. And if I'd really pushed for it, I could have gotten even more than that. I just decided to pass over some of the bodies. So, one of the Grand Soul Gems I picked up in the dungeon was already filled, which is nice. I left the stream open on my phone. It's gonna drain my battery. So I'll put away the filled soul gems and ingredients. So if I'm going to be continuing on the with Dark Brotherhood right now, I want to pull out, if I still have it, the extra Jaren root I pickpocketed off of Astrid, because I don't have to use the Jaren root for this quest, but I prefer to, because what else are you going to use it for? But I pickpocketed the one from her. The only way to get another one from her is if I use this one specifically in a potion. If I do anything else with it besides put it in a potion, store it, drop it, whatever, then she won't give me another one. I'll keep the Daedric Sword of the Inferno, just because Daedric weapons are cool. So, Jaren Root has 4 effects on it. And they are very, very powerful effects. So let me pull up my page that I have open on Jaren Root so I can tell you all about it. Jaren Root has Damage Magicka Regen, Damage Stamina, Damage Magicka, and Damage Health. The Jaren Root specifically has a 100 times multiplier on the Damage Health effect. So using it, you can make absolutely ridiculously powerful health damaging potions. In terms of potions crafted with Jaren Root are also very valuable. The 3 most valuable you can make with base game, not any of the DLC, would be Jaren Root with Glow Dust and Ectoplasm, Glow Dust and Nightshade, or Blisterwort with Human Heart. The one with Blisterwort and Human Heart is notable because it is the only way in the game to get a single potion that has 5 different effects on it. The 4 that Jaren Root carries plus Frenzy. Now, if your alchemy skill is 100, you'll be able to get more than 1,000 damage off of a potion like that. If you want fewer effects, if you just want damage health, you can include it with a chokeberry, a coda flower, a death bell, an ectoplasm, an emperor parasol moss, Falmer, Falmer something, Falmer ear I assume, but the page has a bug. Fire petal, gnarl bark, human flesh, imp gall, imp stool, poison bloom, red mountain flower, redwood flower, river betty, skeever tail, small antlers, troll fat, void salts, wisp salt caps. Those ingredients you can mix with a Jaren Root for a potion that only damages health, if that's what you want. If you eat the Jaren Root yourself, you will take damage based on what difficulty you're on. If you're on Novice, you'll take 100 damage. If you're on Legendary, you'll take 600. If you have level 100 in alchemy, all 5 levels of the alchemist perk and the poisoner perk, which I will show you here. I assume none of them have the money to buy it off of me, but it's so powerful I'd rather use it. If you take all 5 alchemist perks plus the poisoner perk, which makes poisons more effective, a potion of damage health made with Jaren root can do upwards of 3,000 damage. If you have fortified alchemy equipment with you, you can do upwards of 6,000 damage with a single potion, which will kill anything in the game. I think I'm going to put some perks in alchemy to make it a little bit more powerful, because I want to up my alchemy anyway. So I'm only going to go for the damage health on the Jaren root. So looking at all of those ingredients that I mentioned that give damage health, there are some that also have a multiplier to the effectiveness of it. The greatest of those is a River Betty. So I'm going to make a potion with Jaren root and River Betty and see with my current stuff how much it does. I will drop a save before making it though. Jaren root, River Betty. Damages the target's health by 2,421 points. That's good enough, I think. You can... Actually, let me do a very quick reload. Sorry, I just want to see if I add 2 of the damage health ingredients, if it goes even higher. I'm seeing a lot of 1.5s. I don't have any of the choke berries, it looks like. Or coda. I do have 1 coda flower that I bought. It didn't change the I'm not looking for art right now. Okay, so adding the additional ingredient didn't increase the damage, it just had an additional effect. So here's our poison of damage health. Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to enchant some gear with alchemy and make it even more powerful? I do have the fortify alchemy enchantment. I don't have anything with fortify alchemy pre-made, but I can make a set if you want to see me push it higher. I am more than willing to do that. Fortify alchemy goes on head, neck, arms, and fingers. So a helmet, a necklace, bracers / gauntlets, and ring. And I have more than enough black and grand soul gems. I can make it fairly powerful. My enchantment isn't maxed out, but I put some perks into it. Sure, why not? Sounds like fun. I will come up here and I will grab one of my necklaces. That's a gold ruby. And I'll grab a ring. How about a silver ruby ring? And then I'll grab some leather and leather strips so I can make a helmet and a pair of bracers.
You're someone who can get things done. I like them.
Why did I push this even further? If you want to see how high I can really make it go.
What do you need, my thing?
I'll go ahead and pull out 4 of these for enchanting. But if you really want to see how high I can go, then I will pop over to the Guardian Stones, and I will switch from the Warrior to the Thief. I did have the Warrior, for some reason it's just not showing up. And I will come by the plantation to get all of my ingredients that I've been using to power level alchemy. I'll take the stuff out of the pantry, I'll harvest the stuff from the fields, and then get my alchemy even higher before I do it all. While I'm here,
What do you need, my friend?
I'll collect
Very good,
profits. 87,718 gold because I haven't been here for so long. I didn't have the craziest amount of money on hand, but I was saying money wasn't an issue because I knew that I hadn't been back here to collect profits in a while. But now I've got 129,000 on hand. That's 1 more tapanella. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 is all I have planted, plus the creep cluster, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's very finicky. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So now that I got all of those things, I'm going to pop over to Dragon Reach, and before I even make potions with those, I'm going to enchant the stuff with Fortify Alchemy. I'm going to go to Dragon's Reach. I could do it all at Golden Hills Plantation. It does have an enchanting table and an alchemy lab, but I'll do it here. So come over here, Fortify Alchemy. I will do the gold ruby necklace. We're getting 12% with my current enchanting level. And I'll make sure that that alchemy stuff is equipped. Created potions, potions, and potions. And I will sleep in my house to get well-rested bonus, so it goes up even faster. This could get my alchemy all the way up to level 100. I mean, I've got lots of ingredients here. Plus everything I need to make it go up even faster. It'll take me like 3 entire weeks worth of streams to find enough merchants to sell all these potions to. But assuming I actually want to get money out of it, I'll probably just sell them all to one person and eat the loss of money. So, well rested, thief stone, all of these ingredients, the creep cluster, the Mora Tapinella, and the Skilly Folioda, which I just ate accidentally instead of using the alchemy lab, but that's okay. I'm not worried about it. The creep cluster is the creep cluster right now is the limiting factor. But I have a couple more in here. That makes the Skilly Folioda the limiting factor. But I'm pretty sure I've got at least one more of them stashed away in here. Yes. And even if I took more out, that's all the creep cluster I have. So I have enough to make 75 potions. I got me up to alchemy 84. Not quite as much as I would have liked, but it's still a huge increase. So now that I've done all of that, my alchemy went up to 84. I still have these potions. Let's see what I get. It was what, 2,421 before I did all of that? That I was getting off of this damage health potion. Another like 20 levels of alchemy higher. And some enchantments. Now when I make it, we now have 3,783 points. Is that acceptable? Kara and Benjamin and anyone else who's currently watching? You think that it's a good enough potion for destroying everyone? And they have so many potions in there.
What do you need, my thing?
The real question is, when do we want to use that? Karstag, Harkon, Alduin? When do we want to use a potion like that? Or do I use it on Nazim?
You're somewhat the finest weapons and armor.
I'll sell those for now because I don't actually... if I'm going to do it again, then I would do it once my enchanting is even higher.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
I suppose you got muffle on you. Hello, Jessica. The game's going pretty well. How are you? There's an immunity and disease resistance. Yeah, he doesn't have the gold for the potions, but even if you don't actually earn any gold off of it, it still counts for speech leveling. Huh. I'm happy you have a day off of work, and I'm happy you're spending some of that time with me. I do work a few days a week, but not today. I work most on Thursdays and Sundays, and try and get some additional work in when I'm not streaming. But it's a Friday afternoon, so I'm streaming today. See, my speech is still going up a lot. Also, speech is under the Thief Stone, so I'm getting more because of that boost as well. I could have put the Amulet of Articulation on and increased my speech temporarily, but do you enjoy working in the cafe? I'll put the illusion stuff back on for now.
I'm back.
Okay, we took a little sidetrack for additional alchemy, but now, as promised, I will continue the Dark Brotherhood questline. I put the Jaren root in a poison, so Astrid will give me a new one. No, this is not my first playthrough. I have played thousands of hours of Skyrim previously.
So it's done. You've killed the gourmet. And now, Titus Mead II is as good as dead.
So it's time. We're ready to assassinate the Emperor?
Oh, yes. And I've decided you will have the honor.
The Emperor will die for Sithis and the Night Mother.
Yes, for Sithis and the Night Mother. You are the listener, after all, So let's not waste any more time. Go now to Castle Dower in Solitude. Present the gourmet's writ of passage to the officer in charge, Commander Marrow. I'm sure you remember him. You'll gain unrestricted access to the kitchens, and then the Emperor. You're posing as a chef, so you'll be able to poison his meal rather easily.
How would I explain the game to someone who's watching it for the first time at this point of the game? That's certainly interesting. I can tell you that it's a fantasy setting, lots of magic and not a lot of technology. There are dragons. The dragons are the main threat of the game. The ultimate goal is dragons have come back and you need to stop them. But a lot of people don't even bother finishing the main quest because there are so many side missions and quest lines you can do. Not sure who I would call the Dayfather. What poison I should use?
Until next time, brother. Oh, yes.
Would it be?
Yes.
Which poison should I use?
You'll gain unrestricted access. Here, take this. It's called Jaren root. All it takes is one taste, and the effects are quite immediate. The Emperor will be serving Sithis before he even knows he's dead. Once Mead has been killed, escape through the upper door and across the bridge. I've arranged for it to be unguarded once the alarm is sounded. Now go, my friend. Go and fulfill your destiny as listener.
I could certainly recommend this game. I think it's worth a play at some point. Yes, I am in the United States. What else can you tell me about Jaren root?
It's a rare plant, found only on the island of Stros Mackay. It can be served like any vegetable. Cut up,
I
put
live
in a
in
salad,
Illinois.
perhaps boiled in a stew. One taste will lead to nearly instant death. So don't even think about
Boil
it.
them, mash them, stick them in the stew. Anything else before I set off?
It took all the favors, bribes, and blackmails I could muster, but I've secured your exit out of the keep. Just follow my instructions, and the Dark Brotherhood will be back on top. All thanks to you, listener.
Nice to meet you too.
Stay safe.
Thanks for stopping by and chatting. I appreciate it. Let's see what everyone else has to say about the
I trust you, you trust me.
contract.
Got it?
Any advice, Armbjorn?
You get to kill the Emperor. The bloody Emperor. You'd better enjoy this one. You owe us all that much. So make it bloody, painful, and spectacular. Kill well and often.
I will go the poison route that the game outlines for me, but you can kill the Emperor any way you want.
Brother.
Any advice?
Astrid has arranged for your escape, no? Then you have nothing to worry about. Get in, kill the Emperor, and get out. Then, we celebrate. Stay safe.
Enjoy talking to these people right now while you can.
In the Dark Brotherhood, I found acceptance, love, and my life's true purpose.
Any advice?
What an honor. The assassination of an emperor. And all because you are the listener, favored by the Night Mother, anointed by Sithis. I'm so very happy for you, if not a bit envious.
Understandable.
Stay safe.
How about you, Babette?
It's been quite a boon, looking like. Don't take any chances with this one. Use the Jarm route to poison the Emperor's food. You're disguising yourself as a chef. It only makes sense. Right then.
Oh, good to see you, brother. Gearing up to kill the Emperor. Exciting
I mean,
times.
of course I want to grow my
Exciting
audience, but
times
mostly just having fun sharing games.
Well, while it's true, I prefer sorcery's more destructive nuances. We mustn't forget the many spells with simpler, more practical applications. Sure, you
I try to be
poison
fairly
the Emperor,
consistent
but
with the
what
days and times I
Why not
stream
summon
to
an Atrodax
hopefully
to
build the
cause
audience,
chaos?
but
Or turn invisible and slip away. Use your imagination. Stay safe.
and of course Nazir.
Brother. Yes, you're killing the Emperor himself. The Dark Brotherhood will get one shot at this, and you've been given the honors.
I don't mind playing
so
games
don't
with other
screw
people.
up. You've got people to kill, my friend. Best get to it.
Oh, you mean in that manor house during the thunderstorm?
Need something?
I say, it happened just like you heard.
To kill triplets, secretly, and then have the whole thing played.
Need something?
My name there is the same as it is here, and basically anywhere else. If you search for Bando Guy 4, you'll find me. If I have an account there, you'll find me at that name. Except for Steam, I suppose. I have a different Steam account name, but my display name is still Bando Guy 4.
The ancient Tangyu are Dovahki, Dragonborn.
I like that the guards are showing a little more respect now.
Legion, and you know what? I'm still nervous. Lazy and useless, the lot of them. They can't even keep the Stormcloaks in line. No way I trust them with the Emperor's life.
So I'm going to go ahead and put on the chef's hat and tunic.
You worry too
So that I
much.
look the part.
The Emperor's never...
Probably shouldn't be armed to the teeth either if I'm posing as a chef.
Safer. You think assassination attempts are planned overnight? Who discovered the plot?
Stop right there. The tower is off limits until further notice.
Shomar the Gourmet's route of passage.
What's this now? Order of His Eminence, possessor of these papers, the Gourmet.
By Oscar, the Gourmet. I'm sorry. Your clothes, of course. I should have realized. Please, excuse my ignorance. Gianna, the castle chef, has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You should proceed to the kitchen straight away.
Seems to have no problem believing that the Gourmet is a wood elf. Alright, so if I'm not wearing chef clothes, I have to at least wear the chef hat, and there's extras right over here.
Not another delivery. I told you people our stocks are fine. Now put whatever you have over there, then get out.
You misunderstand, for I am the Gourmet.
The Gourmet? Oh, finally. When I heard the Gourmet was being brought in to cook for the Emperor, I could hardly believe it. It's just...
Yes?
I guess right. I always imagined the Great Gourmet was a wood elf. You see, only someone with a knowledge of woodland herbs could combine...
Enough! The Gourmet is here to cook, not talk. Let us begin.
Oh, yes, but of course. The Emperor has requested your signature dish, the Potage le Magnifique. I've taken the liberty of getting it started. But the cookbook only says so much, and everyone makes the potage differently. I would be honored if we could make it the Gourmet. The base broth is already boiled. We can get started right now. So, which ingredient should I add next?
So, you can, if you've read the book, you can tell her what exactly to add. I'm going to say the odd option each time. A sweet roll.
Ooh, how decadent. I never would have guessed it. What next?
The next ingredient is vampire dust.
Vampire dust? Seriously? Yes, I guess I can see how that would add a more earthy texture. And oddly enough, we do have some on hand. Alright, what next then?
We shall now add a giant's toe.
A giant's toe? You're sure about that?
I said a giant's toe. Do not question the Gourmet.
Of course, I'm sorry. One giant's toe. There. What next?
You must add a septum.
A septum? As in a gold coin? Really? Ah, I see now. That would give the Potage le Magnifique a slightly metallic but delicious aftertaste. Simply brilliant. I have to say,
on stream I also play Stardew Valley, but I play many other games besides those.
Is that it?
Those are just the two that I currently stream. There is one final ingredient. Here, add this.
Oh? What is this? Some kind of herb? Are you sure? The potage tastes perfect as it is. Any other ingredient might...
Now, Gianna, who's the Gourmet here?
I'm sorry. Of course, it's your most famous recipe after all. Alright then, your secret ingredient's been added. And if I may say so, it has been an honor getting a chance to prepare a meal with, well, the best chef in the entire Empire. I'll carry the stew pot and lead the way up to the dining room. I'm sure the Emperor and his guests are dying to meet you.
Let's see. I've played a few of those. Not all of them, but a few. Played a fair bit of Counter-Strike. Don't play Call of Duty. I played some God of War. Have Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5. Haven't played them a lot because my old computer would not handle them, but this one would. So I'll probably play them more. I've heard of Metro X. I have not played it myself.
But aren't you even after everything that's happened?
You mean the wedding? My cousin's apparent murder? An unfortunate misunderstanding. No more. Cold mead, hot tempers.
Here we are. Gods, I'm nervous. We'll go in just a moment. Please, I'll serve. You just stand there and be amazing.
Son of your commander plotting your assassination.
Yes, an unfortunate turn of events that. But an isolated incident. and I have been assured that the fault was with the man's son alone. Truth is, we are in no danger whatsoever.
Emperor and
Killing
several
an emperor
noblemen.
can be useful, but befriending
I do
one,
love Fallout.
now that's beneficial, as I'm sure you'd all agree. Aha! Here we are, honored guests. I present to you the gourmet.
What's up?
The potage le magnifique. So delicious. My friends, as Emperor, I of course reserve the right of first taste.
Funny joke, man.
Oh, how marvelous. Just delicious. It is everything I had hoped it would be. I think something's wrong.
The gourmet. This is such an honor.
Keep it together.
I'm gonna take his robes and shoes.
Poison the Emperor. Get them.
Do something.
What? No, you don't understand. There's been some kind of mistake.
I fought worse than you.
Gianna's freaking out. Run away. Sure, you could suggest. Someone's clapping.
That man was, by far, the most insufferable decoy the Emperor has ever employed. I'm glad he's dead. But I'm even happier that you killed him. You, an assassin for the Dark Brotherhood, have just made an attempt on the Emperor's life. Would have succeeded had it been the real man. Surprised? So was I when a member of your family came to me with a plan. We worked out a deal.
Traitor?
An exchange. I get you, and the Dark Brotherhood gets to continue its existence. But you know what? I've changed my mind. How about this? I kill you, and butcher each and every one of your miserable little friends. Your sanctuary is being put to the sword right now. That's what I think of this deal. You killed my son. All of you. And now you'll pay the price. Kill him. Make sure there's nothing left to bury.
I am working on it, don't worry about that. There will be more personality added to my stream over time. And my page as well. I'll take a set of Penitus Oculatus armor. Along with the Falmer armor, it's one of the few armor types that allows you to wear a circlet and helmet at the same time. So I'll take an extra helmet while I'm at it. Just a few agents right there.
Get your fresh fruit and produce.
I'd like to at least give it a try doing it myself first, and if I don't like how it turns out, then I'll look for someone else to help me with it. Okay, Benjamin, enjoy the noodles. I love noodles. I'm just gonna try and rescue the Dark Brotherhood from the agents. After I detect life on all these guards.
Savages will kill us while we sleep.
Yes, I do have some experience with making these things. It's actually something that I studied. So I return to the sanctuary, and there are some Penitus Oculatus agents out here as well. I use a number of different programs.
Foul men aren't out in a few minutes.
Depending on, what specifically I'm working on. Mostly Adobe Creative Suite programs are what I use the most. If I look around enough, I can actually find Festus. He's out here somewhere. None of the trees. They'll be filled with arrows. And I know that he's out here, but I can never find him. Let's get inside and see what's going on inside the Brotherhood Sanctuary.
Which one was the rat? Don't know. One of these corpses. Does it matter?
Search for survivors. No, the penitence not gonna let this last very long. We've got Arnbjorn over here. No matter how fast you kill the agents by Arnbjorn, he is scripted to die. You cannot save Arnbjorn. You can make him last a little bit longer, but he will die eventually.
No one can save you now.
I mean, I wouldn't mind looking at your work for some inspiration. Gabriella is here. Unfortunately, she fell as well. I'm being asked to kill Nazir's attacker. Nazir can survive if you defeat the person attacking him. Arcturus, I assume because of his name, he's a higher level agent than some of the other ones. What's up, Nazir?
So you are alive. I was starting to wonder.
Bizarra is also dead. The Emperor, it was all a trap. Someone set us up.
Considering most of us are now dead, I assumed as much. And before you ask, no, I don't think it was you. Well, maybe I did. But you saving my sorry hide just now sort of erased any doubts. So, thanks.
We need to get out of here.
You've got that right. Only a matter of time before we're roasted alive. Come on.
So I'm being asked to escape the sanctuary, but that will not be possible.
I am your only salvation. Come, embrace me.
Oops, sorry, Nazir. I think I want to see if I can find Bizarra in here before I go to the Night Mother. Looks like I'm kind of fenced in. When I take a break or end the stream, whichever, I'll take a look at it and let you know what I think. So what I have to do, I have no choice. I have to embrace the Night Mother. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. On my old computer, loading this section of the game took forever. Hopefully it'll go a little bit faster now. Yes, your support is much appreciated.
Hurry, Nazir! I'm telling you, he's in there.
I'm going as fast as I can, you stupid she-devil. I don't see you.
The vet was out on the job when the sanctuary was attacked.
I'm not exactly built for manual labor. Now come on, you've almost got it.
One more pull. There.
Can you get it open?
I think so. Just hold on a moment.
You must speak with Astrid. Here in the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary.
A new command from the Night Mother.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. It's all right. You've been through a lot. Maybe you should just sit down for a bit.
I'm fine, but the Night Mother has another task for me. Let's go.
Oh, well in that case, lead on. I'm right behind you. I'm with you,
Nazir told me what happened in Solitude. You poor dear. You've been through so much.
So I have to go find Astrid. The Night Mother's coffin was moved, presumably by the everything shifting here. Way out is somewhere. I'll take a look later, but not while I'm actively playing. So here's Astrid. Not looking so good.
Alive. You're alive. Thanks to this.
Okay, I missed much.
You reek of death, my friend. I salute you. Happy hunting.
Alive. You're alive. Thanks to this.
Astrid.
Shh. Please. There is much I have to say. And not much time. I'm sorry. So very sorry. The Penitus Oculatus. Marrow. He said that by giving you to them, he would leave the Dark Brotherhood alone. Forever. Oh, my Sithis, I was such a fool. All of this, it's all my fault. You are the best of us. And I nearly killed you. As I've killed everyone else.
And I said I would look at it when I take a break or after the stream. You will be judged by Sithis in the void. I pity you.
No. Don't pity me. I deserve whatever fate the Dread Lord has in store. I betrayed you. And now Marrow has betrayed me. Fitting. I just wanted things to stay the way they were. Before Cicero. Before the Night Mother. Before you. I thought I could save us. I was wrong. But you're alive. So there's still a chance. A chance to start over. Rebuild. That's why I did this. Don't you see? I prayed to the Night Mother. I am the Black Sacrament.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you were right. The Night Mother was right. The old ways. They guided the Dark Brotherhood for centuries. I was a fool to oppose them. And to prove my sincerity, I have prayed for a contract. You lead this family now. I give you the Blade of Woe, so that you can see it through. You must kill me.
With pleasure. So you don't have to grab the Blade of Woe. It is a unique weapon with a good amount of damage and an absorb health enchantment on it, but I will kill her with my own sword.
Oh, Astrid.
Astrid did the right thing. And now it's your turn. End her suffering.
Thank you.
If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. How could Astrid have done this to us? Strange. I feel only pity for her.
Been waiting for that moment.
Astrid. By the sands, I still can't wrap my head around it.
So let's see what the Night Mother has to say now.
Astrid is dead. It is as it should be. May she find redemption in the void. But while you live, The Dark Brotherhood lives. We must fulfill our contract. Emperor Titus Mede II must be eliminated. Speak with Armand Mortier at the Bannered Mare in Whiterun. He will know the true Emperor's location. But first, inform Nazir of your plans, for you are the listener, and must bind this family together.
I'll take my break for the stream after I speak to Amon Mortier and find out where the real Emperor is. I need first to talk to Nazir.
By Sithis, what a mess. I guess this is the end.
Not exactly. The Night Mother has spoken to me again.
What? Well, what did she say?
I must speak with Amon Mortier once more.
Armand Mortier? But that would mean...
The contract is still on. The true Emperor must be assassinated.
You mean there's still a chance? But how? Our plan has gone to ruin. Everyone is dead. The family.
Our family lives on, Nazir. You have to trust me.
All right then. Go. Go, my listener. Find out what that slimy bastard Mortier has to say. Then send the Emperor to Sithis. But when you're done, there's no use returning here, is there? I was thinking, the Dawnstar Sanctuary. We could make a proper home there. Listen, when you're finished with this Emperor business, meet Babette and me there. I'll find some way to move the Night Mother. Don't worry. Now go. And come back with a barrel full of gold, huh?
Barrel.
You just worry about fulfilling the contract. I'll take care of things on this end.
I suddenly skipped some dialogue. He said something along the lines of,
You just worry about
Babette, my
fulfilling
dear,
the
pack
contract.
your things. We're moving.
I'll take care of things on this end.
I did not mean to skip his dialogue, but sadly I did. Alright, so Moon Mortier is, of course, as the Night Mother said, at the Bannered Mare in Whiterun. This sanctuary is lost. We saw the Dawnstar Sanctuary ages ago. That will be our new home.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
So his servant breakfast is
White
that yeah.
We heard you were dead. Mortier's in the back room if you've got business.
What is it? I said I didn't wish to be disturbed.
Sithis is due a soul. Wouldn't you agree?
By the gods. You're alive. But I'd heard your sanctuary. Please. You mustn't think I had anything to do with that. I wanted the Emperor dead. The true Emperor. I still do. It was Morrow. He...
The Emperor. The real Emperor. Where is he?
You mean after all that's transpired, the Dark Brotherhood will still honor the contract? Why, this is astounding news! Wonderful news! The Emperor is still in Skyrim, but not for long. He's on board his ship, the Kataraya, moored offshore in the Solitude Inlet. But you must hurry. If you can get on board that ship, kill Titus Mede II, as contracted, I will reveal the location of the dead drop that holds your payment.
The ship to Kataraya. How will I get on board?
Well, I don't know. It's in the Solitude Inlet. That's the channel just north of the docks. I suppose you should go to the docks and swim?
Commander Merrill, where is he?
Haha, yes. I can imagine you'd want to settle that score. Last I heard, he was at the Solitude docks conducting the Emperor's departure.
What kind of security should I expect?
Surely you're joking. This is the true Emperor, not some half-septim lookalike. He'll be surrounded by elite bodyguards, I'm sure. You'll have your work cut out for you. Still, everyone assumes the Dark Brotherhood has been completely destroyed. They may be a bit more lax than usual. Please, make haste. The Emperor's ship won't stay moored forever. We won't get a chance like this again.
This is an ode to Skyrim's...
So, I can go to the docks, take out Commander Merrill, and then from there swim out to the Kataraya to take out the Emperor. But before I do any of that, I will take a break, and I will be back with you all in just a little bit. Okay, I hope everyone is all stretched out and hydrated and relaxed. I am back. Let me confirm, as I have to these days, that both YouTube and Twitch are showing that I am no longer on the break screen, because that would be tragic if it were. Okay, we appear to be good and back live. And so let's continue. I just did a little bit of inventory management off screen as well. Getting some of my ingredients and the Blade of Woe and some other things. Armor and such out of the inventory. So Maro's on the docks. And of course we want to get rid of him.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
I'm with the guild. Is this enough to clear my bounty?
I can make all your problems with the gods go away, but it'll cost you. What do you say?
Yes, clear my bounty.
Done. Now, move along, before you get me in trouble.
Wait, I know you. You went into the Emperor's tower just before his decoy was murdered.
Oh, Mara.
By the gods. You? But it can't be. You're dead.
This Cindy's the soul cairn.
You!
Well, well. Another maggot to squash my boot.
Shadowmare's gonna help me. What are the guards gonna say? He attacked me first. Die, Mara. Now the Kataraya is out there. The other penitent Oculatus agent. Hmm? Yes? Just killed your commander, but well, they don't care. Alright, so the Kataraya is out this way. You can sneak through the ship and not have to fight a single Penitus Oculatus agent. And why would you kill him, Maro? Maro was the problem. The rest of them are just doing their job like any soldier. Doing what they're told. I'll probably kill some of them, but for the most part I'll see if I can just sneak on by. So to get onto the ship, you have to come down here, get to the other side, and enter through here. Alright. Huh? There are also sailors. I'm not looking to kill sailors.
Thought I heard something.
Prepare to die!
I'm not interested in killing you, sir.
You can't hide from me.
Yes, I can.
Someone there? Where are you? Guess it's all clear now.
So there's an expert door right here. Oh. There's a guy in there. Guy's in there. That leads back out to Skyrim. This is the Emperor's quarters. You can find a lieutenant that has the key But you know I do not shy away from master locks. Alright.
And once more I prove Commander Morrow the fool. I told him, you can't stop the Dark Brotherhood. Never could. Come now, don't be shy. You haven't come this far just to stand there gawking.
You were expecting me?
But of course, you and I have a date with destiny, but so it is with assassins and emperors, Yes, I must die, and you must deliver the blow. It is simply the way it is. But I wonder, would you suffer an old man a few more words before the deed is done?
I'm listening.
Well, I thank you for your courtesy. You will kill me, and I've accepted that fate, but regardless of your path through life, I sense in you a certain ambition. So, I ask of you a favor. An old man's dying wish. While there are many who would see me dead, there is one who set the machine in motion. This person, whomever he or she may be, must be punished for their treachery. Once you've been rewarded for my assassination, I want you to kill the very person who ordered it. Would you do me this kindness?
I'll consider your request.
Thank you. Now, on to the business at hand, I suppose,
You will stand up, and you will merely stand facing the wall. However you want to do it. It's up to you. How about as Dragonborn?
Truth!
And I can get another set of the Emperor's robes and the master key to the entire ship. I'll take some of these books in case I don't already have them. Including Brothers of Darkness, which I almost certainly don't have. There's books about the end of the previous era. He also has his bedroom. Another set of Emperor's robes. If you want them, coin purse, gems. I kind of regret taking the robes off of him since I already had the ones from the decoy and the spare set in here. The very least I suppose I could do is put him in his bed. Yes, I know about the sword. I will grab it on the way out. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that's good enough, I suppose. He's at least on the bed. Alright, so we'll go back out into Skyrim. And I will... I don't know if I can actually get to the front of the boat from this side. But I will check. No, I don't think I can. So, as Kara says, there is a enchanted sword on this boat. You want to go out on the front of the boat.
Huh?
I will go invisible so no one can see me.
What was that?
Or hear me, for that matter. And I will come carefully all the way up here. And sticking out up here is a blade called Wind Shear. Wind Shear is a very broken weapon. It says bash attacks made with this weapon have a chance of knocking enemies down. it also staggers them every single time. You can basically stun lock any enemy in the game with this weapon. So, have fun with it. I can certainly recommend it as a very useful weapon. Now, for this particular playthrough, I of course can do nothing with it. Because I did not craft it myself. But I wanted to at least show where it was. So the Emperor has been assassinated. I've gotten revenge on Morrow. Now I need to speak to Amon Moutier and tell him that the contract has been completed. He will still be where he was, in the back room of the Bannered Mare.
I'd be dead if not for Vignar.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
Aha! You're back.
Titus Mead II lies dead.
I know! I received the news not moments ago. Ha ha! This is glorious! My friend, you may not realize it, but you have served the Empire, indeed all of Tamriel, in ways you cannot possibly imagine. Ah, but you care little for politics, am I right? You want money, and money you shall have. Your payment waits for you at a dead drop. It is inside an urn, in the very chamber where we first met, in Vollenrud. Now please, go. Collect your money, and let us never look upon one another again. Our business, thank the gods, is concluded.
Ragnar
As far as you know, Moutier.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came right to Whiterun from old Rorikstead. And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had made.
Killing him is of course optional.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield
No
maid
one
and
realizes
Matilda
I killed
who
him.
said, oh, you talk and you lie and you drink.
Well, I'll be damned. We heard you were dead. Moutier's in the back room if you got
Not even
business.
Restus knows I killed him. But he is dead. So, as you said, the dead drop is in Vollenrud. If when you came here you were not interested in or unable to complete the quest Silenced Tongues inside, you could do that now. It's not necessary, of course, it's just a side quest, but chances are between the time you first came here and this time, your level has increased significantly. So likely the enemies, which would still be at the original level you came here, would be easier to defeat. Here in the urn, 20,000 gold is what he paid for killing the Emperor. I got 4 times that from my plantation profits. There's a skeleton here. I'll soul trap and firebolt him real quick. Firebolt didn't kill him. There's another one. Just a little magic experience. And so now that my business with Moutier is concluded and I've been paid, as Nazir said, he'll be waiting at the Dawnstar Sanctuary. I fast traveled to Dawnstar proper instead. I have not been to Riften or Markarth
I helped
since
my husband Rustlave run the forge. He's a marvel.
they changed hands with the
I wasn't born in Skyrim, but when
temporary truce, and I probably won't until I resume the Civil War. Riften will already be in Imperial hands, but I will need to take Markarth back. For the time being, the Silverbloods run Markarth and Maven runs Riften. As she basically did already. So here, we enter the Dawnstar Sanctuary for the first time since we chased Cicero here. The Night Mother is set up over there. Oh, the ghosts are still here. And still hostile. That's annoying. I thought they wouldn't be here anymore. But at least this one is. The Sanctuary Guardians are tough enemies. Fairly tanky. Hopefully it was just that one and not Sanctuary Guardians throughout the place. So a lot of the rooms and the traps are just gone now. And Nazir is waiting here for me.
Well, what word of the Emperor?
Titus Mead II is dead, by my hand.
Truly? Could you have brought us more wondrous news? Recent events notwithstanding, this is a happy day for us, my friend. Despite your misfortunes, you stayed true to the Dark Brotherhood. You've saved us all, and for this, you have my eternal thanks. Now, of course, I must ask, killing the Emperor, how much did Motier pay for such a thing?
You can lie to him and say it was less, but I'll tell him the truth, that I received 20,000 gold.
Ha! Remarkable. Well, the old bastard certainly made it worth your while, didn't he? Now, might I offer some advice? You should go to Riften and find Delvin Mallory. I believe Astrid had you visit him once before. Mallory is an expert obtainer of goods. We can use the money to repair and refit the sanctuary. Make a true home for us, huh? You do that, and I'll see what I can do about recruiting some new additions to our family.
So he wants me to spend my reward on this place.
Got to admit, I find the Night Mother's presence.
It is done. Emperor Titus Mead II lies dead, and the Dark Brotherhood yet lives.
Oh, Liz died too.
But our work is just beginning.
That's Pet Spider.
Approach me, listener, and hear my words.
Or train you in alchemy. I can't wait to see what the future brings.
So now there's forever this quest, the Dark Brotherhood forever. It will never, ever end. You can,
Listener!
Cicero, it's good to see you again, old friend.
Oh yes, it is Cicero. You were a fool to spare me. What, did you think I would be grateful? Cicero should be listener, not you. Now you will die. Ah! Gotcha! Oh, listener, you should see the look on your face. Oh, Cicero has returned, not to kill the kind listener, but to serve until one of us dies horribly in service to our mother. Best friends forever. In the meantime, I'll make myself at home in the sanctuary. I'm sure Mother needs tending. Let's kill someone. Oh, all right then, listener. Cicero will just carry on with what he was doing until you say otherwise.
Cicero makes a pretty powerful follower if you choose to tell him to come with you. So, when you do the Dark Brotherhood Forever quest, you approach the Night Mother. She tells you about a black sacrament being performed, and you have to go kill someone. This will not be a character that is already in the game. That quest will spawn a character for you to kill, and then you can go kill them and repeat it infinitely. The bust of the Grey Fox, for whatever reason, has been knocked off the table. It's supposed to be up there. I'm not going to be able to get it exactly where it's supposed to lie, but where it's supposed to lay would be the correct way to say that. But I can at least get it back onto the desk. So I'm already the master of the Thieves Guild.
Good to see you lot.
But
how are things?
This is Dark Brotherhood business.
Always a pleasure, boss. What can I do for you?
Can you repair and refit the Dawnstar Sanctuary?
The Dawnstar Sanctuary? Is that where you lot are holding up? Tell you what, it'll cost you a lot. But I can help you out. What exactly are we talking about here?
So, I can get new banners, Poisoner's Nook, Torture Chamber, a secret entrance, or master bedroom. Or all of it, or none of it.
Banners, huh? Trying to pretty the place up? Alright, you got it. Tell me what you need, and I'll get my people on it. Yeah, that will come in handy. An alchemy station. Maybe a little garden with some choice plants. Alright? Consider it done.
Let's keep going, Delvin.
Of course you do.
Add a torture chamber.
Now that's the Dark Brotherhood I know and love. This for business or pleasure? No, well, what's it matter? Right, I'll see that it gets done.
Do you really want to know, Delvin?
Tell me what you need, and I'll get my people on it.
Give us a secret entrance.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm thinking a sewer grate on the outskirts of Dawnstar. Leads to a tunnel, then inside. You'll be in or out, quick as a coney.
And of course
you do.
A master bedroom.
Chamber fit for a king and all that. Right, no problem. Give you a big bed, decorate
I have
the
not
room
been to
real
Solstheim
nice.
yet, but I am
Maybe even
aware.
throw in a few extra baubles.
I'll make sure to draw attention to it when I do go to Solstheim.
I'm afraid that's it, my friend. I've done all I can. I hope the place is at least livable now. And good luck with your murders.
Yeah, I know. Murder's not your thing, Delvin, but...
Good to see you.
So that completes where you hang your head. And as the Dark Brotherhood Forever, as its name says, is forever, we have completed all of the... We have completed the Dark Brotherhood quest line. As for going forward, I will put the question back. Earlier I asked about continuing either the Dark Brotherhood, the College of Winterhold, or the Companions. Now that the Dark Brotherhood is done, I can continue the Companions. I can continue the College of Winterhold, or I will open it up a little bit further. I can start the Dawnguard or the Dragonborn DLC. All of those are options, and I will leave it up again to chat to direct me towards what sounds good next. In the meantime, I'll show you around. Sister spends most of his time by the Night Mother. This is the Poisoner's Nook we got. We got some mushrooms of various types, Karis eggs, Canis root, nightshade, and deathbell. For the first time since doing the first special quest, Lotus extract is now available to obtain additional samples. I'll continue showing you around the sanctuary a little bit. If you come down this way, have this first room off to the side.
So wait, Cicero's alive? And we're all friends again? I swear, I can hardly keep up.
This is Babette's room. Stone bed for her.
Until next time, brother.
She's probably comfortable to her. There are now Dark Brotherhood initiates throughout. You can have them as followers as well.
Master.
If you want to bring a initiate along with you on your travels. Here's the master bedroom. For me. I want to leave them here, but I'll do a quick save so I can show you what the Tumberlane gloves that are waiting here for you do. Lockpicking is 20% easier. I assume Tumberlane because it helps you with the tumblers. But I'll just leave them there. They look nice on that pedestal. Some coin purses in here. A worn shrouded cowl. Shrouded robes, worn shrouded gloves, boots. So you can still get some Dark Brotherhood armor throughout the area if you want more. Not sure if Vizier sleeps in the same room as the Initiates or somewhere else. I'm entirely certain where his room is. Though I'm not sure he sleeps anyway. He's basically always in this area. There's another Initiate.
Why am I not surprised to learn Cicero is alive? I still can't stomach the little clown. But if you've welcomed him here, I won't question it.
I need just a moment here. My headset's beeping at me and I'm not done streaming yet. Okay. I know that's loud, but we should be okay now.
Happy hunting.
So yes, Nazir has no more contracts for me. If I had not done his contracts before, I could get them now. Here's our torture room. We have some victims. And if I talk to one of them...
You can't do this to me. Do you have any idea who I am? When my father hears about this, he will gut you. Ah, now I understand. This is about my father's hidden cachet, isn't it? The dowry for my wedding.
If you talk to them enough times, they'll tell you where you can find some treasure. Nothing major or unique, but just a little bit extra. So the last thing... by the way, the tenets are on the wall again. As they should be. And then of course this staircase leads back to the entrance. The last thing I will show you regarding the Dawnstar Sanctuary
listener?
Is this. That is the secret entrance. If you go through it, you find yourself the other side of the Dawnstar. There's a little path there inside. Dawnstar is down there. So you can use either entrance to get in and out of the Dawnstar Sanctuary as you please. Here comes a dragon. It's been a while since the dragon attacked Dawnstar. And it is a fairly regular occurrence. There it is. It's actually circling around near Dawnstar. Not actually attacking the town yet. It's a frost troll over here. It's an ancient dragon. That could be a problem. Yep, one breath from an ancient dragon will kill me on master difficulty. And the well, if I just fast travel away, it won't be a problem. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna go talk to Legate Rika and see if she'll ask me about finding the jagged crown. Just curiosity for me. If I can continue the Civil War while the truce
True,
is still
I may look the
in
part of
effect
dashing swordsman, but I prefer the art of wit.
before completing the main quest line, if I have to complete the main
Good
quest
to
line
have you by my
before.
side. By the gods, the Emperor's been murdered. On his own
If
ship.
Ulfric gets
Moored in
his
the Indid.
There are some that
Was
say the Dark Brotherhood is back.
There was
and
nothing
stronger
we could
than
do.
ever. But they've made Dawnstar their home. Tell me,
I thought the
am I
moon
wrong?
chose the king. We're backing Ellison.
Welcome to the Legion Auxiliary.
Oh, yep, I
Listen
can
up.
do it.
Not everyone's a... Welcome to the Legion Auxiliary.
I can do
Listen
the
up.
Jagged Crown if I want
Ulfric's
to.
right-hand man, Galmar Stonefist, has located what he believes is the final resting place of the Jagged Crown. We're going to make sure he doesn't get his hands on it. The rest of my men are already assembling outside Corvinjune. I'll meet you there as soon as I finish up here.
What's the Jagged Crown?
A legendary crown dating back to King Harald's time, or before. A powerful relic of a golden age, long since past. Legend has it that the crown is made from the bones and teeth of ancient dragons, and is said to increase the power of the wearer. Whatever the truth, if Ulfric gets his hands on it, it would be a powerful symbol around which to rally support for his cause.
How do you know the crown is in Corvinjune?
Well, to be frank, we don't. Its location was lost with King Borgus when the Great Hunt killed him off while on his Lushan campaigns. Supposedly, his body was brought back to Skyrim and secretly buried with the crown. Knowledge of that location was lost in the Wars of Secession. But my agents report that Galmar is pretty damn convinced Corvinjune is the tomb of King Borgus. I know Galmar. We fought in many wars together. He's not a sentimental man taken to fancy. If he believes the crown is there, he's likely found it.
Why do you fight for the Empire?
I am a loyal citizen of the Empire. My parents were legionnaires, and I followed in their footsteps. But more importantly, I am a daughter of Skyrim, and wish to see her made whole again.
Don't Stormcloaks call themselves sons and daughters of Skyrim?
I've been a daughter of Skyrim all my life. I love this land, and her people. So do all the Nords that serve the Empire. Ulfric, too, once. He wasn't always a self-serving egomaniac. He fought in the Imperial Army in the war against the Dominion. But Ulfric and his Stormcloaks are deluding themselves. If there's any hope of a long-term victory against the Dominion, it's in the Empire. The rebels are only inflaming the tension and weakening the Empire by distracting it from its ultimate aim.
Do you consider the Thalmor enemies?
I consider this conversation over.
Okay. I'm trying to find out how I could... Because I did this first part of Interception ages ago and have not been contacted by Courier yet. So I was wondering if maybe I should do something about that. So, what I will do is I will start Balance of Power, these instant seducers, and wait for input from chat
Ulfric
about
gets this crown and
whether
then
the
suddenly
next
he's
quest
High
line
King.
I should do should be the Civil War, main quest, finishing that, the College of Winterhold, the Dragonborn DLC, the Dawnguard DLC, or the Companions questline. In the meantime, I will read Rasad's note
A change has
and
swept into
begin with
solitude,
Sin's
like a breeze off the ocean. The thieves.
So let's read Rasad's note. I need to locate the Saints bandit camp and the Seducers bandit camp. The roads have been unkind to this one, plagued by outlaws along the route from Redrun to Markov. Gods traveled with Rasad, yes, but they are ill-equipped to deal with one such as this. They wield strange golden weapons and wear gleaming armor. Rasad has heard of such things only in stories. Their encampment is found just west of North Production Pass. Each time they set upon us, they shout, "The Saints would like to browse your wares today." The brutes steal mostly trinkets and oddities, no matter how cheap this one knows them to be. Then they allow Risad to go on his way. Risad has not yet fought back. While it has harmed this one's coin purse, it is not worth a life. Risad has heard of another gang patrolling the roads further north, calling themselves the Seducers. They are known for their menacing dark armor. Skyrim grows more perilous by the day. They are known to camp along the road west of Fort Costa. This one would pay handsomely to any who would help. Risad fears for any who might come to harm at the hands of these worrisome pests.
It has come.
So he told me where the camps are. We've got the Seducers Bandit Camp near Fort Kostov. The Elytra Nymph that is in my miscellaneous quest is near there. There is also down here near Brittleshin Pass, the Saints Bandit Camp. I will go to the Seducers Camp first because of the Elytra Nymph. I will start at Forsaken Cave. Now, there is nothing to be gained by trying to go up and talk to the Saints or the Seducers. They will be hostile on sight. They have no special dialogue. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get a high vantage point over their camp and see if I can take them out mostly from distance with my arrows. The Elytra Nymph is there from the start, but as far as I'm aware, the Seducers themselves don't appear until you start this quest. I could have gone to Yorgrim Overlook, it probably would have been better. It's already well above their camp. There's a bunny. Their camp is down there, I can see it. Let's pull out my bow. Zoom in. Oh, a frost troll is going after them. Let's let the frost troll have its way. Is there a dragon nearby too? There's a dragon just up there. Nope, a dragon is attacking the camp. What type of dragon though, I wonder? It's an arrow. Oh, it's a named dragon. Vintorf. You see, just firing arrows towards the dragon, I have now drawn the hostility of the Seducers. Dragon came up here. It doesn't even quite know where I am. Now I am detected, but he's already dead. Alright. A dark arrow was in him because the Seducers were firing. The troll is dead. We saw a lot of red dots when I fired those arrows at the dragon. So you know there's a lot of enemies over here. That's the bandit leader right there. I took the leader out with 2 quick arrows from far away. Looks like another one is coming up the mountainside here.
I know I heard something.
Doesn't know where I am.
What is that?
Not exactly anyway. There's one right there. I saw an arrow fly from the right. Hey, one of the arrows finally hit me. That one's down. That's another one down. I'll just engage an additional one. Head on.
I knew I'd find you.
Actually, I found you.
Just a scratch. No more.
I was waiting for you. So they have lots of the ingredients I can find with the Khajiit caravans, and they also have their own armor sets. If you don't want to take the armor off of them, don't worry about it. You'll be able to make it later. I'm not going to worry about leading anyone except for the bandit leader. There's probably more in the camp. So there's a journal to read. And the things I got from more ingredients. The journal was the main thing I needed. There's a bandit's cage key that will allow me to free the nymph. It's actually on my quest log twice. First time I came here, I just happened to barely be close enough to trigger it. There's also a bandit's note on hidden treasure. You can check that out. Let's open the cage. Notes on demented Elytra nymph. Can't believe we carried this bug the whole way here, cage and all. Always afraid it's going to find a way through the bars and eat me in my sleep. And it appears that because I got it before, I cannot in any way interact with it or complete the quest properly. So I probably have to use console commands to complete the quest properly. Or find another way to get it to follow me. However, there is another Elytra nymph. There is the one at the Saints camp. So I think before I go playing with console commands, I will do the Saints camp. But I cannot interact with it in any way. Being shouts. It's just there. Let's read what we picked up, though. There was a note on treasure. Bandit's note on hidden treasure. An exotic treasure is said to be hidden in Crystal Drift Cave. Heard it from a coinless trader trying to save his own skin. Going to send a few to see if his story checks out. If the story is true, we need to be sure the Saints don't find it first. Our benefactor will be pleased. And then the Bandit Leader's Journal. Lead me to find another seducer's camp. Dark work this, but does never pay well. Once every few days, a merchant comes galloping through, defenseless as a babe. We seducers always do our good deed and lighten their load before we let them pass. It's the least we can do. Moving north was the best thing we ever did. Leave Rasad to the milk drinkers of Whiterun, or as they call themselves, the Saints. They're probably still handling him on the road to Markarth. Svarig is behind on his visit. I wonder if his path from the west was more treacherous than usual. We need a change in our fortunes. If we don't get paid soon, I fear the others might not stay much longer. Hopefully this new lead pans out. So, I have learned about Crystal Drift Cave, but the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Barley Dark Farm and invade the Saints camp nearby. Locate the Saints bandit camp. It's right up here.
You're mine! That's it? That's your best? You're nothing.
And like with the Seducer's camp, my actual quest here is to defeat the bandit leader.
This ends now.
I'll take out this other guy that doesn't have a shield.
I'll show you what a real...
Okay, that's several Saints defeated.
Do your worst. That's the best you can do.
Alright. Leader down. Notes on the blacksmith and the Saints leader journal. And they also have their own unique set of armor. I just got hit by something or someone. There's still an archer here. The golden bow and arrows and the dark bow and arrows are actually pretty powerful. So there's another Elytra here to free. There's a cage key in here. And I can free the manic Elytra nymph. This one will listen to me. A bug? Did the bandits lock you up? I think you're kinda cute. Do you want to be my pet? Alright, let's go. So I get to teleport for it. I can have it fight me. I'm going to tell it to wait for me at Mirror Watch. Let's check the notes on it. We found a buyer for the strange creature we've hauled all the way from, well, best not to say. Not a day too soon, as its chittering keeps waking me up at all hours of the night. Just a few more days. The coin is worth it. We'll have to go back for more of these things. So, at the very least, I have both Elytra Nymph quests out of my inventory. We'll see if I can go back at some point and actually claim the demented Elytra Nymph. This one's also just gonna stay here for a while. But it will get to my house eventually. What I actually need to do is read the notes on the blacksmith and read the Saints Bandit Leader's journal. So first, note on the blacksmith. Our blacksmith, Jofton, has gone mad. Most of the time he spouts nonsense. This all started 3 days ago. Now he won't even pick up his hammer. Tried to talk sense into the lap, but it's like he doesn't even see us. He wrote down the means to forge our golden arms and armor and that of the seducers, but he never told the soul where he left the blasted notes. We weren't holding out hope that he might snap out of it. We've already parted his head from the rest of him. Lately he's been going on about playing under the bridge, like you were still a child. That's where I always put my toys, he said. I always kid used to live around Half Moon Mill. We should round up some folks to have a look. And the Saints Leader's Journal. Now, this is what I call easy coin. I'm proud to be one of the Saints. Every few days, Rasad comes down the road and his wares are ours for the taking. We don't take everything, mind you. If you don't got nothing to sell, you can't stay in business. Then where would you be? Just give a bit off the top each time. Kinthal says Kinthal should be happy with our latest take. He'll be leaving his camp up near Carthwayston to pay us a visit soon. Those damn seducers were eating into our profits until we drove them off up north. Other merchants pass through those parts, so maybe they'll stay gone. So, the next thing to do is to locate Kinthal's bandit camp near Carthwayston and Zvarig's bandit camp, which is all the way over near Hellerchen. But we've got some extra things to do in the along the way. Find the notes on smithing and investigate Crystal Drift Cave. So we haven't been to Half Moon Mill in a while, since we killed Hearn. Actually, I think I did buy some lumber here after that. Talking about playing under the bridge, so if you check under the bridge here, here's a chest. Joftin's notes and a bunch of other goodies. If I read his notes. An ancient, you can now create equipment if I have the Daedric smithing. An ancient battle site was discovered near Thorin's lair. On the ground, an assortment of weapons and armor of the Daedra known as Golden Saints and Dark Seducers laid strewn about. It is from this site that we took up their arms and joined together as bandit companies under their names. Since then, as the only blacksmith, I have taken it upon myself to study these otherworldly artifacts. And now, at last, my efforts to reproduce the exquisite craftsmanship of these great Daedra has finally borne fruit. My mind is not what it once was. If my memory fails me, at least these notes can help the others keep the craft alive. One would be foolish to forge weapons from gold, as it is far too soft, and yet the golden blades of the saints are nimble and harder than steel. How could this be? The trick appears to be threefold. First, the structure of the pieces must be reinforced with refined moonstone. Second, the gold must be hammered into place while the gold is heated just below its melting point. Third, the introduction of the heart of a Daedra to the forge when heating the piece so it can be hammered into shape, completely transform the attributes of the metal, giving it its uncanny hardness. The process for forging the dark armor of the Seducers is similar, but requires more finesse, as you must balance shaping the unyielding ebony with malleable quicksilver. The heat applied must be very precise, or the shape and integrity of the equipment will be ruined. As before, introduce the Daedric heart to the forge as you heat the materials. So if I get Daedric smithing perk, I can now make those items. Next, Crystal Drift Cave is all the way over here. I actually discovered it before when I was on the way to, what's the name of the tower? Darklight Tower to get Elia. Dark Souls here. I'll capture the lesser souls. I'll shut them their brides off. Alright, let's come into Crystal Drift Cave. I will go into sneak and pull out my bow. There's spiders and trolls and bears and all sorts of other beasts in this cave. They're all fighting each other. My arrows are not traveling far enough to actually do anything. I should take out the troll first, since its health regenerates. Okay, the enemies are all dead. Or at least the beasts are dead. More enemies will show up soon enough. If I come up on this, I find Gadnor, who has Mr. Thar Volume 2, and the Gadnor's Staff of Charming, which is like any other Staff of Charming, just it belongs to him. So uniquely named. There's some ore in here, including a moonstone ore vein. But if you have Saints and Seducers installed, as you should, it's one of the ones that was added into the game for free. There's some frozen carrots here, or these ones that look different. Alright, right here is a Gadnor's Last Wishes. Gadnor, my trusted friend and companion, has been laid to rest. I have built a shrine to watch over him and bring peace to weary travelers. Of the few riches Gadnor possessed in life, his most prized was a warhammer made of jagged crystal he famously won in a coin toss. After months of research, he came to believe this hammer was some sort of otherworldly treasure. Shortly before his passing, it was his wish that it be hidden away until one who has walked the Shivering Isles emerges to retrieve it. I have followed his instructions to the letter, and a powerful illusion spell now obscures it. To break the spell, one must first acquire pieces of what supposedly make up the weapon itself. Amber and madness ore. Such things, if they actually exist, would be great treasures in their own right. If the enchantment is correct, only by placing the ores into the embers near Gadnor's body will the spell be broken. If Gadnor is not mad, perhaps one day this peerless weapon will find its way into worthy hands once again. So I cannot do anything with... So there's supposedly a weapon here obscured by an illusion spell. And in order to claim it, I must return with Amber and Madness ore. Now these things are often found near the end of dungeons, added into the game as part of the creation. As it so happens, I do have some of both Amber and Madness ore stored in my house. So I'm going to remove as many of these journals and notes from my inventory as I possibly am allowed to right now. I can't get rid of Gadnor's last wishes, but Joftin's notes I'm done with. Can't get the bandit leader's journals out yet. I did kill a dragon at some point along all that, so I have dragon parts with me. Okay, let's take one amber of the 13 I have. And I don't have as much madness ore, but I do have 7. Place amber and madness near Gadnor's resting place. This is when I'll get attacked there, I believe. The saints and or seducers will show up to try and claim the treasure for themselves. But with any luck, the one who will come out on top is me. Place them there. Things are shaking, and nerve shatter appears. And I've retrieved it. But I got attack here. So nerve shatter is a large hammer. Target takes 30 points of shock damage and half as much magicka damage. Like other hammers, it is very, very heavy. I could have sworn they fight you, but apparently I was mistaken. So now I have a fancy new hammer.
Come to chat with an old woman, hmm? Do your good deed for the day.
I'm going to look at the forge real quick and see how I make a two-handed dragon weapon. Probably the battle axe, but yeah, I'll do a battle axe. For that I need 2 leather strips, 2 ebony, and 3 dragon bones. I'll take a 4th dragon bone so I can improve it. My one-handed is at level 100, so I want to add a two-handed weapon to my inventory. So I'm going to take 4 dragon bones, a couple ebony, and a couple leather strips. I will put my filled soul gems in my end table. I filled a few. I have a bunch of ingredients. I can
Honored
put those
to see-
away.
Again, my Thane.
I have some armor that I picked up, or clothes, in the case of the Emperor's robes. I haven't been keeping that backpack on because anytime I go into third person I don't like it. But it would make my bow do more damage. I don't need any of that stuff in my inventory. I picked up some carrots. But I'm still north of 200. I think it's because of the dragon bones, though. So let's come over here. Craft a dragon bone battle axe. And then, as I did before, equip the notched pickaxe before upgrading it.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
Okay, so that got me down to 176 at least. Of course, having multiple dragonbone weapons of various types in my inventory is going to, of course, keep my carry weight high. I also have a lot of extra books right now. I will be sorting those out at the end of the episode. So now, our job is to return to all this and
Somebody! I've been looking for you. Letter? A letter. Looks like that's it.
I did finally get the other interception letter. Letter from Militia Sugars. I know you killed him. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In fact, I wanted to thank you. He will not be missed. Someone in Markov, I think, probably. That's the next letter of interception. Lucia's letter. Also, I got a letter from the Empire. Elizrim, a troop of Stormcloak rebels have challenged us to a battle on the fields of Whiterun. They want us to send a garrison of our greatest champions to fight theirs. I've talked to General Tullius and we can't rule out the possibility this is some kind of trap. After all, the traitors have shown they have little concern for loyalty. It's doubtful they would give honor the same courtesy. As one of our staunchest warriors, we'd like you to handle this mission. Our smiths have forged you a custom armor set that should offer some protection. We'll also send a garrison to support you, but we can't spare more than a half-dozen men. Should things come to blows, you'll need to take the lead. Legate Adventus Cassinius. Also letter from a friend. Elizrim, you caused a bit of a stir and rifting when you demonstrated hard theme. Not everyone is anxious for a return to the Dragonborn. I, for one, desire to see you grow and develop your talents. Skyrim needs a true hero these days. You should turn your attention to the Bone-Strewn Crest. I understand it holds a mysterious portal of power that can only be unlocked by the Dragonborn. Sincerely, a friend. When you use the theorem, you can get letters from a friend, and they'll tell you where to find a word wall. 5 letters of inheritance. All about a moment with the air, I guess.
Go.
Maybe several of them because of how much coverage he is. I don't know. In any case, an ancient dragon just landed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna turn the difficulty down to fight an ancient dragon. Just one notch. But if he kills me in one shout on Master, I got some Stormcloak soldiers helping me out. He doped right out of here. They had no interest in continuing the fight. And now the Stormcloak soldiers don't care either. I guess I'll have to wait for him to come back over here, assuming he does. I'm gonna wait until he actually lands near here, and then keep him grounded. Oh darn, the ancient dragon killed some Stormcloaks. Alright, ancient dragon is down. A couple Stormcloak soldiers bet their end, but I am not terribly torn up about that. As long as it's just the guard, not like any of the miners or anything. Yeah, it seems that all he killed was the soldier. Okay, are those all the notes I got from the courier? It was the letter of inheritance, the letter from the Empire, the letter from a friend, the letter from Militia Sugars, and Fuchsia's letter to Elizram. Those are all notes I got from that courier. So for whatever reason, couriers were not finding me. But when finally did, I had a lot of letters to give. Unfortunately, they detected me right away. Let me, put myself back on Master. I just did it for that dragon. Of course, I want to take out the archer first, since that's the one who's hitting me. I found the Kinthal. Alright, that's an archer defeated. These are Golden Saint warriors as opposed to, you know, they are warriors in addition to the bandits. You're close now. And I have the high ground, so I've got a much better chance of hitting you than you guys hitting me. I say no sooner than I miss 3 shots in a row and he hits me. It's over, Saint Bandit. I have the high ground. them down. So there's still Kinthal. And there's the Golden Saint Warrior. There's also an enemy that's been hiding here.
You won't get the best of me. Do your worst.
The Golden Saint Warrior is a summon, so it only lasts for so long. I managed to stagger her, and then she kept running. Kinthal is of course stronger than the rest of them.
Never should have come here.
Alright. Pull out my fancy new battle axe and see how much damage I can do. If any. I have plenty of potions, don't be afraid to use them. I'm gonna do health to a certain point, but let me see if I can just dodge them for a little bit. I mean, I of course want to fight them with the battle axe, but I'd rather avoid having to fight a Golden Saint Warrior at the same time, unless I absolutely must.
Kill you.
Of course, I'm doing small amounts of damage right now. Let's finish him with one-handed, so I don't die. So he has his own journal as well. Let's go back over and search the camp before I actually read his journal. Soul tomatoes, which are soul gems, except you put tomatoes in them. Or you put souls in them. Scroll of Conjure Golden Saint Warrior, Scroll of Conjure Golden Saint Archer. Beyond that, there's not a lot hidden here. Just 2 soul tomatoes and a few other goodies lying around. So let's read Kinthal's journal. Even though we no longer raid with backstabbing seducers, we still work for that wizard Thoron. He's been paying us handsomely to turn over Rasad's caravan, looking for any trinkets that seem strange. A week ago we found a sword unlike anything we've ever seen. Thorin's face lit up when he saw it. This could be it, he said. Something about a bridge. He's probably lost it. No sword is worth how much he paid us for it. Won't hear us complaining though. We see Thorin once a month so we can have a look at our spoils. Everything he doesn't want we split and sell. Nice and clean. When we're done he skulks off back to that lair of his in solitude. What he does there is anyone's guess. So we're hearing about a wizard named Thoron that hangs out in solitude. That's a separate quest called Restoring Order. First, we're going to go find Sverig's Seducer's Bandit Camp. And do that before we go looking for Thoron. Thoron is a beast of an enemy, by the way. So the cave is that this camp is not far from the previous one. I will try and get up on top of this mountain and see how much damage I can do to them before they get to me with my archery. Really, wolf? Soul trap, firebolt, firebolt. There's another one, firebolt. I'm just letting you hit me until I can do another firebolt. What do I care about wolves? I said ages ago that I like to level up my destruction when enemies like wolves are no longer a concern to me. It's been like that for a while now, but I'm detected now, which means they're gonna be firing at me, but hopefully I can take them out before they take me out. Did some good damage to me, but I appeared to be the only one that was shooting arrows. That one is Varig. He's the boss. He's dead, which means I no longer have to deal with any conjures. Is it just this one bandit left? If that's the case, then I will pull out the battle axe and give him what for. I don't know if I can actually take him out with the battle axe alone. Here comes Shadowmere though. Maybe we'll lend a hand. Alright, I got a couple two-handed levels there. They all have a few dragon bone arrows in them. Zuri appears to still be standing up. He's got a lot of arrows in him. He has scrolls for the Dark Seducer warriors that can be conjured. There's also additional scrolls here. Some ingredients. I'll take those. And the soul gems. Dark dagger, dark arrow. In the bowl, there's a Daedra heart that you can claim. Scrotum ore vein here, but it's just here. It's not part of their camp. So there's some partially buried Dwemer things. Chitin helmet. Skeleton with some gold. Looks like there may have been some caravans that were ransacked and just left here as the snow covered them. So let's read Zverig's journal. It all leads to the same place, by the way. We continue to do the bidding of Thoron, our wealthy benefactor. Though our relationship has taken a turn for the worse, he still pays exceedingly well and continues to ask us to pillage the trade caravans as they pass, searching for anything we can find that seems off or has even a hint of magic. Thoron is a powerful conjurer, but also completely insane. He has become increasingly unhappy with our spoils as of late. I suspect that the vainglorious saints have done something to gain his favor. We've all become fearful of what might happen if we meet him next month and he disapproves of our spoils. If you ask me, all that time he spends holed up in those sewers has finally turned his brains upside down. He seemed to really like those tongs and rusty calipers we brought him a few months back. All we need is to find the right piece of junk that he thinks will help him bridge the gap he keeps going on about. And we'll have foil coin purses once again. So that completes Balance of Power once I talk to Rasad to let him know that things are safe now. But there is still restoring order. After studying the journals of both the Saints and Seducer's bandit leaders, I learned that Thoron is conducting dangerous experiments in the Solitude sewers using a strange sword. I should locate Thoron's lair within the sewers and discover the nature of the Conjurer's experiments. But that will likely be a quest for next time. I'm approaching 4 hours, so my intent now is to find Rasad, inform him that things are safe, and then head back into my home and do my usual end of stream reading. I will read the Saints and Seducers and all of that stuff at the end of next stream, or when I go to the sewers, whichever feels right. Today I'm going to read the 5 volumes of the real Baron Zaya. I read the biography of Baron Zaya last time, which saved the real Baron Zaya for today. And if it seems like a really short reading, then I'll do that. There are some additional Saints bandits left over, it would appear. Fighting the Whiterun guards. We can't allow that. Just have to make sure that my battle axe doesn't accidentally hit one of the guards.
I cannot rest you.
Oh, there's another one.
That's it. That's all you've got. Enough. This ends now.
I'm supposed to be going to tell Rasad that the roads are safe now. But here are the bandits that have been bringing his caravan.
Victory's yours, I submit.
Of course, they're no match for a group of Whiterun
Cross the
guards.
river to the east. Old Hajva Ironhand and his brigands are holed up in that cave, White River Watch.
Note on revenge for Kinthal. Elizrim, the wood elf wretch that slew Kinthal, will pay dearly for what he's done. By my hand the scales will be balanced. When I return victorious, there will be no doubt that I should lead the Saints from here on. So they're mad at me for killing their leader. Looks like one Whiterun guard fell to them. But as the lord of this game, I say that the Whiterun guard should be okay. I'm gonna play God a little bit and bring him back. Okay, now let us ride out in search of Rasad along the road. Presumably at some point I will also encounter a group of Seducer's bandits looking for revenge on Svarig's behalf. But that has not happened yet. Something happened to the stream on YouTube? Nope. Castle Lab said I do not have a currently public stream on YouTube, but checking it, it appears to be okay. Says that the stream health is good. So, and it says I'm connected to the chat successfully again, so should all be okay. If you want to continue chatting on YouTube, I should be able to see it again. It was only like 30 seconds, so I shouldn't have missed anything.
Enough of this.
Yeah, the Seducer's Bandits I was expecting. There are no guards to help me this time. Now that I took one of them out, I'll attack this one that Shadow Mirror is distracting. And then there will just be one archer that will get chased down after that. A power attack and the bandit didn't even stagger. I need to take a moment to heal a little bit. And now the Saber Cat is getting into the battle too. Alright. Finish off the Seducer's Bandit. Note on revenge for Svarig. Now that I've killed one set of each of them, this should be good. Let Shadow Mirror draw the attention again. There's a skeleton too. Excuse you. No shortage of enemies here. So I'm still not going to kill stuff fast enough with a two-handed weapon to... Oh, I love stacking their neck though. I'm not doing enough damage with two-handed weapons yet to have much of an impact, but it's going up. Eventually some more enemies will be affected by that. I think I should put my magic and stamina up to 250 each though. So I think I'll take a break from health and put those up a little bit more by coming levels. Because I've done like a lot of health. It's up at 460 now. Right, we return. Horses are just like followers. Now I'm actually liking Shadowmere being there. It draws some of the attention off of the enemies so that I can take them out with my weaker weapons without them killing me first. So I actually like having a horse around. Especially one like Shadowmere that has enough health that it won't just get killed. And as soon as the combat is over, I can hop on Shadowmere and get back on my way towards the ever elusive Khajiit caravans. Actually, they're so far away. I should just kill this wolf real quick. So I can fast travel a little bit closer. go down the Kolskager mine. Man, they're moving fast today. But I'll keep trying to catch up. Maybe they're moving so fast because they don't know I've wiped out the bandits. So they move quickly to try and stay safe. We ride, Shalamir. Maik the liar. I want to stop and talk to Maik, but I need to catch up to Rasad. He's not too far away now. However fast the people on feet are moving, the horse is still going to be faster. Where are you though?
Important deliveries to make. No time
Random
for chat.
courier. If I checked his pockets, he might have something interesting. But usually the location of a dungeon. So it looks like the Forsworn here have respawned and are hassling the Caravaners.
I'll show you what a real...
That'll just be a good amount of damage on there. And I'll let them finish her off so I don't accidentally.
No.
Pop a couple potions. There's being way more than I thought they would.
What was that? Ah!
Keep healing. Ah! Gosh, this Ravager.
Yeah!
Doing so much damage. Way more than I'm doing. It's not fair. They got all the way up there. Of course, when Ravager has a way to kill themselves too. Okay. Now we should be okay. And the caravan should be safe. We killed a few Forsworn. It appears that all of the members of the caravan survived. Alright. Now I can talk to
Tools,
Rasad.
wares, and weapons. Need something? Take a look.
First, what have you got for sale? Do you have anything with Muffle? Dragon scale gauntlets with unarmed on them. But nothing that has Muffle. What kind of ingredients does he have? I'll still grab all the unusual ones. Alright, I've taken care of the saints and seducers.
Excellent. And now, please, accept this token of appreciation.
And he gives me
May
some
your
gold.
road lead you to warm sands.
And that's basically it.
I hope that you will come.
But it is safe now. Okay, so I will return to Whiterun. I'll be, let me minimize that tab. I am returning to Whiterun, emptying out my inventory and reading The Real Baron Zaya to end the stream. So let's get some of this stuff out of my inventory now. I'll get the rest
Honor
out
to you, my Thane.
afterwards. I tend to not use the soul tomatoes for enchanting. It feels wrong. I'll get as much of these notes and journals and the like out of my inventory as I can. Gonzalez journal, that letter, I don't need the letter from the friend. Don't need the letters of inheritance. I have to take care of some extra copies of books, but it's all okay. I will stash the arrows that I got hit with, just for posterity. So that takes care of weapons. I'm okay with apparel. I'm going to stash the scrolls, because I'm not using scrolls, but they're rare, unusual scrolls. So I'll keep them in here. Okay, that's my inventory managed. So, if you stopped by the stream, thank you for coming. Whether you chatted or lurked, I appreciate you all the same. If you are checking out the archive on YouTube in the future, thank you for doing so. And let us read the volumes of The Real Baron Zaya. I hope you're having a great day, however it is progressing. The Real Baron Zaya, Volume 1, by Anonymous. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magicka was small. The work was honorable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold cowberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours he enjoyed hosting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends, and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none had his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came round for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides there would be a great crush of people as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "afore you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return." Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat at the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and know the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. "Closed for the ceremony," read all the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. "After the rite, brother," the priest said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him." "My mother's desperately ill," Symmachus pled. "Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest." "True, but the archcanon will," the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests, and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed them aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother is dying." "I forbid her to do so on this glorious night," the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Guards!" she cried. "Remove this oaf!" Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the high-boned folk far below. Baron Zaya. The name came dimly to Symmachus's ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Joan rising, Jode setting. "Behold the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weef, its kith and its ilk." Bless her, all the people intoned, along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone. And in silence he swore a mighty oath, that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. "I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I can do here." "Likely. Give me back my money," Symmachus snarled. "You've done naught to earn it." He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him against the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over, like a sorcerer's chant. "Baron Zaya," he said. "Baron Zaya, Baron Zaya." Baron Zaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as their parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, the shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. "Baron Zaya," they cried. "Baron Zaya, our beloved, farewell." The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favorite stuffed animal, a gray wolf cub she called Wuffin, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west, and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Baron Zaya, the soldiers cried, lifted their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake, until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Some time after came a day when Baron Zaya was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large gray stone castle amid empty, endless gray-green hills covered patchily with gray-white snow. She clutched Wolfen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all this endless space, this endless gray-white space. She and Kana, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large gray-white woman with icy gray-golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baron Zaya with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Anna. "I've never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself, milady," Anna said. "But this one's got red hair and a temper to match, I can tell you that. Take care, she bites, and worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "And what's that little filthy thing she's got? Ugh!" The woman snatched Wolfen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Baron Zaya shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Wolfen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Baron Zaya grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighboring ladies came to visit. "But she's a dark elf. What can you expect?" Baron Zaya was not meant to overhear these words. At least she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other, less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic, just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baron Zaya, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She's wonderful with the children," Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baron Zaya. "I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm." A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Baron Zaya 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga. So Baron Zaya was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. "She's very proud, though, isn't she?" one of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Baron Zaya, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterwards she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood. They were posers, impostors, not rulers at all. At least they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good, clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects, who could be despised but never feared. Once a month the courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga, and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baron Zaya, her favorite treat. On these occasions she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he is readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baron Zaya thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big, muscular, blond lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Baronziah stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, described herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night she and Straw took the two best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Bornhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baronziah as the lodestone draws iron. In the morning they abandoned the horses at Baronziah's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping the side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baronziah had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out, that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together they made their way to a run-down inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Baronziah's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Baronziah sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on the narrow cot. Afterward they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baronziah burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black for the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan traveling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. Chuckled. Dark elf, ain't ya? Like sending a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind so you can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Baronziah, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled round to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf? Baronziah demonstrated her prowess briefly. Aye, not bad at all. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of hearing tall tales. A trusty Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask for. I know. I served under Symmachus himself before I lost his arm and got invalid out of the Emperor's army. We could betray them. I know folk would pay well, Straw said later as they bedded down for their last night at the ramshackle lodge. Or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, those merchants are. Baronziah laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need the protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down all nice-like. Peasant, Baronziah thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and harbored nothing but peasant dreams, but all she said was, Not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have other chances farther east. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Baronziah's ears warned them of plenty of time for them to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Baronziah did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce.
The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Barenziah managed to gash his conceit assailant's throat. Barenziah rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus had been made general after Mournhold fell, the sergeant said. He's a fine soldier boy, Symmachus is, but there was more in soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. Well, you know about all that, I expect. No, I don't remember, Baron said, trying to sound nonchalant. I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold? The sergeant shrugged. I ain't never heard. Dead, I expect. There was a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet. Like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe, Barenziah said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold like a moth to a burning house. Strauss sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway, since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Barenziah rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down, and parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard. Barenziah insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the queen of Mournhold by rights, she said, unsure whether it was true, or was it just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. I want to go home. I need to go home. That, at least, was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border. But the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Barenziah stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. Barry, Straw said gently, Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's Silgrad Tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you, but what will you do? Silgrad Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them, or a camp follower? No, Barenziah said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim, when she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while and then sulk for days afterwards if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Barenziah had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk, and hated it more that she had to hear it, but there was a part of him that was fascinated nevertheless. Barenziah sensed this and encouraged Straw to seek out another woman, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why do you go with other men? Straw had asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Barenziah smiled and shrugged. I don't know. Or, no, maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. I guess that's all the explanation there is. Real Barenziah, Volume 2. Barenziah and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Barenziah wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in the bar room, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Thera said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck it'd be a while, or never, before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves' Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference, their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic, and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Baron Zaya an invisibility spell, and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves' Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of way. Baron Zaya warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too, sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting, and suggested to Baron Zaya that they arrange what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Baron Zaya said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Baron Zaya answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves' Guild now. She had passed their initiation. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him, too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. That she'd know the right man when she found him. That neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Baron Zaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are prostitutes, she said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous, although some do become prostitutes, I suppose, Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She liked Baron Zaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Baron Zaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you're a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Baron Zaya remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen, the Queen of Mournful. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans get when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls. But they could, and 1 or 2 of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Katisha laughed. Baron Zaya fidgeted impatiently while Theris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside his lookout. Theris had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. Theris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She had never been in such a luxurious place, not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga where she had spent her childhood compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. But Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on the upper floor. Sst, he hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Barry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Theris gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Barenziah's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She rocked helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light. Then Theris folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out in alarm, and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Theris to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Barenziah, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Barenziah, the elf said. Barenziah gawked at him and clutched it closely. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You're only drawing attention to yourself. And calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Barenziah defended. The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Barenziah demanded. Ah, so much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmachus, milady Barenziah, General Symmachus of His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Tiber Septim the First Imperial Army, and I must say it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel, or this part of it anyway. Although I guessed, and guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually, you had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's, so we stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I never thought you'd have stayed together this long. Where is he? Is he all right? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine. For now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him, then? He said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of red eyes that seemed strange to her, except her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Barenziah said. The words came out of a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have the friendship and ears of Tiber Septim himself. Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on the corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, had he said? This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Barenziah gasped, and Symmachus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Tisk, why you are rash, milady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do, or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Barenziah was trembling. The Thieves Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled, badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder... Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Barenziah edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Baron's eyes darted toward the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him, or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Aye. Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Baronzaya, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold. Symmachus explained that this had been his, and Tiber Septim's, plan for her all along, that Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baronzaya asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baronzaya shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City, to spend some time of the Emperor's household. But of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and you should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could he be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baronzaya chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me, and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Symmachus waved her impatiently to silence. Aye, I know all about Straw, he said, and about Theris. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Baronzaya said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes, and? Well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That sounds reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baronzaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat God to cheat herself. But considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping, would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand? Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course, Symmachus grinned at it. Then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, milady Queen Baronzaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Baronzaya's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Symmachus's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Drellian who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant, since she took her meals with them. Nor did she seem to be Symmachus's wife or lover. Drellian looked amused when Baronzaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Drellian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baronzaya was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most meal times, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Drellian was much the same. Baronzaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye. But then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry who needed elven friends, and was sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild, apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves Guild seems to know your true identity, save Theris. That is well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baronzai knew that other elves were within shot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another stillently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronzai tried to smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, generally. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find the scribes, you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Baronzai persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Baronzai collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded of Symmachus when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Symmachus shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you, Baronzai screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time while Julian cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Symmachus and Julian didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baronzai was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Baronzai thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Baronzai warmly. Why are you crying? Baronzai asked. For Theris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear, poor Theris. He's dead. Baronzai felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. He was caught stealing from the Commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the Commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Baronzai. That's the Commandant, isn't it? Symmachus. Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one from Baronzai. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Baronzai said, I know. She took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Symmachus. And note that for Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Theris to him. She glanced over at the general. Baronzai assured her that it wasn't, that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris's plans, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I'd hate to think. How could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Baronzai's ear. Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Baronzai said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though, she added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baronzai evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and Katisha agreed that yes, that's true. That must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Baronzai smiled with her. Then they hugged again, tearfully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again. Or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the great southern gate. Once, though, Symmachus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris, too, Your Highness, he said. Berenziah stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on the spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear of me, although I'm sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Aye. You heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose? You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Berenziah said casually. If you didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough, she was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities, who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory for assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about countering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged him out onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. But something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Berenziah, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last, after months of searching. It seemed under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking. For several days, Berenziah felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends, but by the second week out her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Red Guard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although they were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful toward her despite her attempts at flirtation. Symmachus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City. Berenziah made a face. I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drellian, milady. I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor, Berenziah snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drellian in any way. There is none option, Your Highness. If you have no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are no use to his enemies either. the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality in cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Baronzaya listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threat, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knights escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, thus stressing it would only be with women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north towards the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell and stars came out, singly then, by 2s and 3s. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace the towers of the immense Mages' Guild Hall reared toward the east, while westward the stained-glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple of the One, he identified as they passed it, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Baronzaya would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Baronzaya's taste. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Baronzaya's eyes ached for color and the interplay of subtle shadings. In the morning, Symmachus and Drelian escorted her to the imperial palace. Baronzaya noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the imperial presence. Morning sun flooded the small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table, and a single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly. His hands held Symmachus' shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Baronzaya curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. Baronzaya, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let's have a look at you. Why, Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course. He waved aside Symmachus' protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. You will pardon us for this discourtesy toward yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think of, though there's scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Blackmarsh. They settled themselves at the table. Baronzaya was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, gray giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmachus, although he was well knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? No, Excellency, Baronzaya replied. In truth, no. Although I fancied so at times. Symmachus had fabricated the story for her, and Baronzaya told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy Straw had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rahad, and when the Red Guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with Straw. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. Why, 'tis like a ballad, he said. By the one will have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. General Symmachus said. Baron's eyes stopped in confusion, then proceeded. He said, well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in which she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Symmachus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon and that of my kind guardians. I realized it some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you. But we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and sullen task with which we shall charge you. Baron's eye gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can. It was a polite thing to say, to be sure, but Baron's eye really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Barenziah was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Barenziah, with Drelian as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the imperial palace. Several tutors were provided to her in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume, he said. As their understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct, but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill, he said. So the one teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the mistreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Barenziah was delighted to just sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you are so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful. He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please. Barenziah shook her head. I could never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort, he said. She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside. Yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Barenziah, I think I am the most lonely as well. He slowed suddenly. Power, he said with sublime contempt. I'd trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps. Yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Barenziah moved toward him, hands outstretched. No, I would not take your innocence from you. I'm not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Barenziah's mouth went dry. what had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. Now, he would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely. And not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, no, not so, Baronzaya, my Baronzaya. It cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold, and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Baronzaya stepped into his embrace. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child, Julian admonished as Baronzaya admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmachus bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And even most discreet, he treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavors over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Baronzaya shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she received no more from his family than bare civility, threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power. But it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it that that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live. I mean, Julian admonished quickly at Baronzaya's scowl. Humans are all short-lived, ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend of this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. Ah, but how can I make you see truly, you who are so young and human-bred as well? If you take heed, and wisely, you and Mournhold are likely to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the inconsistent tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Baronzaya just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. What is wrong with me? Baronzaya lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Baronzaya regarded her thin arms and legs that are undeniably thick in the waist in the mirror with displeasure. Julian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if you would agree to it, and bear the child there. Alone? Baronzaya placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now. You'll see. Julian shook her head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night Baronzaya told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Baronzaya forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Baronzaya was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his Excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it. We command you. Sire, the healer gave to him. I cannot. I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard, the Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Baronzaya, till then silent with and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No! No, what are you saying? Child, Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us. We've little faith in your prognostications. Baronziah scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness. A void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Jolene was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. But there was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers, and came on short visits, always well attended. Baronziah received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night, and after some time nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Jolene informed her that Symmachus had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave, and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not, and did not. Long books. Everything I have ever loved I have lost, Baronziah thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead, her tired woman near her in a carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Nearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better. Tiber Septim's love of it, as he has often paid such prices. For surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and her train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rode the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet spicy smell of the late blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her knightly escort were red guards, with a few high elves, Nords, and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the elven knights seemed wary, but Baronziah felt at home at last. She felt the welcome extended to her by the land, her land. Symmachus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elven, in imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. I have had the Queen's suite refurbished for you, the general told her later when they reached the palace, but you may change anything not to your taste, of course. He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. He asked her nothing about her stay in the imperial city, or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Baronziah was certain Jolene had told him, or earlier written him, everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it from the ancient dark elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire and Tiber Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility, and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with elven custom. Berensaia later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in light of reforms introduced by the Empire pertaining to land ownership and surface farming, but most of these went clean against Dark Elven observances. Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition, and apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures, she discovered, as Symmachus had promised her long ago, those of the mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly, for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the Imperial City, a deep love for dark elven history and mythology, hungered to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen and cunning mages since time immemorial. Tiber Septim lived for another half-century, during which she saw him on several occasions as she was bidden to the Imperial City on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about events of the Empire when opportunity would permit. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more than easy friendship and a profound political alliance. He changed little as the years passed. Rumor had it that his mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and that even the One had granted him immortality. Then one day a messenger came with the news that Tiber Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private, she and Symmachus. The sometime imperial general and now her trusted prime minister took it stoically, as he took most everything. Somehow it doesn't seem possible, Berensaia said. I told you, it's the way of humans. They are a short-lived people. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his grandson now wields it. You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief? He shrugged. There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Berensaia? They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. Emptiness, loneliness, she said. Then she too shrugged. But that's not new. I know, he said softly, taking her hand. Berensaia. He turned her face up and kissed her. The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She'd never thought of him in that way. And yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat she'd felt with Tiber Septim, but the comforting, robust ardor she somehow associated with straw. Straw, poor Straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he were still alive, probably with a dozen children, she thought affectionately, and a hearty wife who hopefully could talk for two. Marry me, Berensaia, Symmachus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage, children, wives. I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I? Marriage, a peasant with peasant dreams. The thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used these very same words to describe straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? If not Symmachus, who else? Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in Tiber Septim's Great War of Unification. Before the treaty, Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the old, not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symmachus, and not even half as good or deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhold whole and hale when their so-called counselors would have picked at his bones, sucked them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He'd fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and the kingdom grew and thrived. She felt a sudden rush of gratitude, and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he'd served her well, and loved her well. Why not, she said, smiling, and took his hand, and kissed him. The union was a good one in its political as well as personal aspects. while Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye. His trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk, chary at his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire. But the Queen was quite unshakably popular. The Lady Berengaria is one of our own, it was whispered, held captive as we. Berengaria felt contempt. There was work and there was pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines and failures to be weathered, and plots to be foiled, and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily. Her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome, and noble children more so than others. Thus many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. The fault lies with me, Symmachus. I'm damaged goods, Berengaria said bitterly. If you want to take another, I want no other, Symmachus said gently, nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine. Aye, whichever. We will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so, when we dare not entrust anyone with a true story? Healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor. Priests and healers and mages came and went, but all their prayers, potions, and philtres never produced not even a promise of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually they thrust it from their minds and left it in the god's hands. They were yet young, as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves there was always time. Berengaria sat at dinner in the great hall, pushing food about on the plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She'd lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur one into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with him, but they'd been the delegation from Tyr on a tiresome matter that nevertheless required delicate handling. A bard was singing in an alcove off the hall, but Berengaria wasn't listening. Lately all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Then a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Berengaria sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of Kings Edward and Morlin and their brave companions. The tale was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning, Berengaria couldn't be sure. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong, passionate voice and a good ear for music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish sort of way. He didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly he couldn't be under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard him before, or at least heard of him? Who is he? She inquired of a lady-in-waiting. The woman shrugged and said, Calls himself the Nightingale, milady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he is done. The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor of the Queen's audience, and the fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold at all. She decided rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking riposte or a ribald tale. Yet these were recounted so charmingly it was impossible to take offense. My true name? Milady, I am no one. Now, my parents named me no one. Or was it nobody? What matters it? It matters not. How many parents gave name to that which they know not? I believe that was the name. Know not. I have been the Nightingale for so long I do not remember, since, last month at the very least. Or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tale. You see, milady, I have done less for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why, nowhere. I plan to settle in Dunroman when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. I see. And will you then marry a Talshire? A Talshire? Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps. although I find in taste quite charming too, at whiles. Ah, you are fickle then? Like the wind, milady, I blow hither and yon, hot and cold as chance suits. Chance is my suit, not elsewhere as well on me. Baron's eye smiled. Stay with us a while then, if you will, my lord erratic. As you wish, milady bright. After that brief exchange, Baron's eye found her interest in life somehow rekindled. All that seemed stale became fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation with the nightingale and the gift of his song. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, "What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, milady, than that which your own mirror gives you? And if words you would have, you have those of the greatest, of those greater than my callous self. How should I vie with them, I who was born but a week gone by?" For once they were speaking privately. The queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber that his music might soothe her. "You are lazy and a coward, sirrah, as I hold no charm for you. Lady, to praise you I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma, in clouds of enchantment. Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words, and your eyes, and your body. Know me if you will. Know me if you dare." He came to her then. They lay close. They kissed. They embraced. "Not even Baron Zaya truly knows Baron Zaya," he whispered softly. "So how may I? Milady, you seek and know it not. Not yet for what? What would you have that you have not?" "Passion," she answered back. "Passion, and children born of it. And for your children what? What birthright might be theirs?" "Freedom," she said. "The freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears and the soul that knits them, where may I find these things? One lies beside you, the other beneath you. But would you dare stretch out your hand that you might take what could be yours and your children's?" Symmachus. "In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us, and these, your very kingdoms, mines, that which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams, that which Edward and Morland between them used to free High Rock and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords. If it be properly used, milady, none may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls. Freedom, you say? Baron Zaya, freedom that frees you the chains that bind you. Think on that, milady." He kissed her again, softly, and withdrew. "You're not leaving?" she cried out. Her body yearned for him. "For now," he said. "Pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I have just said." "I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparations must be made?" "Why, none. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true, but with the queen at my side, who will stand athwart? Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies, and lift it from its resting place." Then the memory of her endless studies slid into place. "The horn of summoning," she whispered in awe. "Is it true? Could it be? How do you know? I have read it is buried beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall." "Nay, long have I studied this matter, ere his death King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Moradin. He in turn secreted it here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Ethan, whose birthplace in Ballywick this is. Now you know what it has cost me many a long year and weary mile to discover. But the god? What of Ethan? Trust me, milady heart, all will be well." Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow they passed the guards at the great portals that led into the mines, and further below. Under pretense of her customary tour of inspection, Baron Zaya, unattended but for the nightingale, ventured into cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering found that it led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old shafts had collapsed. They had to clear a passage through the rubble, or find a way around the more impassable piles. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them, but they proved no match for Baron Zaya's firebolt spells or the Nightingale's quick dagger. "We've been gone too long," Baron Zaya said at length. "They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them?" "Whatever you please," the Nightingale laughed. "You are the queen, aren't you? The Lord Symmachus, that peasant about, obeys whoever holds power, always has, always will. We shall hold the power, milady love. His lips were sweet as wine, his touch both fire and ice. "Now," she said, "take me now. I'm ready." Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. "Not yet, not here, not like this." He waved around, indicating the aged, dusty debris and grim walls of rock. "Just a while longer." Reluctantly, Baronzai nodded her assent. They resumed walking. "Here," he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. "Here it lies." He scratched the rune in the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood the statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. "By my blood, Ethan," the nightingale cried, "I bid thee waken. Morland's heir of Ebonheart am I, last of the royal line, sharer of thy blood. At Morwen's last need, with all of elfendom in dread peril of their selves and souls, release to me that garden which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee, strike." At his final words the statue glowed and quickened. The blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded. The hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash, the stone god itself crumbling. Baronzaya clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shaking terribly and moaning out loud. The nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins with a roar of ecstasy. He lifted it high. "Someone's coming!" Baronzaya cried in alarm, then noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. "Wait, that's not the horn. It's a staff." "Indeed, my lady, you see truly at last." The nightingale laughed aloud. "I am sorry, milady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus," he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them, "she is all yours. You may claim her back." "No!" Baronzaya screamed. She sprang up and ran towards him, but he was gone, winked out of existence. Just as Symmachus, claymore drawn, reached him, his blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air. Then he stood still, as if taking the stone god's place. Baronzaya heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen or so elves who had accompanied him that the nightingale and Queen Baronzaya had lost their way and had been set upon by giant spiders. That nightingale had lost his footing and fallen into a deep crevice which closed over him, that his body could not be recovered, that the queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of her friend who had fallen in her defense. Such was Symmachus's presence and power of command that the slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. The queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to her chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before her mirror for a long time, stunned, too distraught even to weep. Symmachus stood watching over her. "Do you have any idea at all what you have just done?" he said fondly, flatly, coldly. "You should have told me," Baronzaya whispered. "The Staff of Chaos. I never dreamed it lay here." He said... A mewling escaped her lips, and she doubled over in despair. "Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me? Of us?" "Did you love him?" "Yes. Yes. Oh, my Symmachus, the gods have mercy on me. But I did love him. Did. But now? Now I don't know. I'm not sure. Symmachus's hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with new light, and he sighed. "Aye, that's something then. You will become a mother yet if it's within my power. As for the rest, Baronzaya, my dearest Baronzaya, I expect you have loosed a storm upon the land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing, but when it comes we'll weather it together, as we always have." He came over to her then, and stripped her of her clothing, and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as it never had before, pouring forth all that the nightingale had wakened to life in her, and in so doing calming the restless ghosts of all he had destroyed. She was empty, and emptied, and then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As her son flourished in the womb, so did her feeling toward patient, faithful, devoted Symmachus, which had been rooted in long friendship and unbroken affection, and which now, at last, ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. Directly after the Nightingale's theft of the Staff of Chaos, Symmachus had sent urgent secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself, as he would normally have, choosing instead to stay with Baron Zaya during her fertile period to father a son upon her. For this, and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's temporary disfavor and unjust suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, but the Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Baron Zaya, but part human too. I think in disguise, else I would not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf for sure, and of ancient Rathian lineage at that, else he would not have been able to free the staff, Symmachus reasoned. He turned to peer at her fixedly. I don't think he would have lain with you. As an elf he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part from you. He smiled. Then he turned serious once more. Aye, he knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods at least that he does not have that. It seems all was as he expected. But how did he know? I placed the staff there myself, with the aid of the Ragtail and of the Rathatham clan who now sits king in Castle Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn, but left the staff for safekeeping. Aye, now the Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes, if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's the power the Nightingale seeks, Baron Zaya said. All seek power, Symmachus said, each in our own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I sought. And one more volume. I'm reading for an hour and a half already. Final volume. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel the Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jagger Thon, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn! Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration, as he paced about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Jagger Tharn indeed. Aye, I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the strait, not if you were a stuttering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant. He snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in southern Valenwood of a wood-elven mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Baron Zaya, sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus thus far. But now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus, could this Jagger Tharn have been the Nightingale, disguised? Symmachus thought this over before replying. Nay, my love, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart, of the Rathatham clan, House Halalu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morwind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all the lucrative mines held in fief by the Rathathams, whose nobility retained the high kingship of Morrowind. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, when Queen Leon's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morelin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of a temporary war leader, to be named by council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind. First among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted. and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morlin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Ethan, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jagathon of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it, or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly a while, but I suppose not that much. Aye, he added, certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your, and here he smiled at her wickedly, embroidery. Berenziah flung the sampler at him. It hit Symmachus square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Berenziah gave birth to a fine son who they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos, or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in his possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Berenziah bore a second child, a daughter, to Symmachus' lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgaya, named for Symmachus' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated, for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmachus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance, and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the imperial city, Symmachus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. He grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. Berenziah faced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Berenziah looked over toward the corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgaya 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the imperial court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Berenziah took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here? If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Berenziah, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Berenziah laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and the sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything. Ever. Ever, my love, I promise you. I cost you everything once, Berenziah. I and Tiber Septim. I, without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that, and that my patience is not infinite. Berenziah gasped. Symmachus was not given to empty threats. She no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear. He sipped him enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me by all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. Aye, I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Symmachus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight you that oath, my love, my queen, my Berenziah. Berenziah held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Berenziah stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's traits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I am sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see? And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Elsa stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mornholdian ambassador to the imperial city had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symmachus. Bad news, and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mornhold's minor nobility, and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Baron Zaya's house for generations stood between Symmachus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Baron Zaya to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her if it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy, with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mornhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day the Mornholdian ambassador came calling to tell her she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Night Hawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber, with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real yet somehow inappropriate. Baron Zaya had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try so as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes, and something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humors were notoriously, though predictably, inconsistent. After that one long burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission, and the violence had erupted in Mornhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed to no end, Baron Zaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septim she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony, even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be, some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man can feel the sun on his face. Illusion! But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on, reciting details about Mornhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were often as ashamed of the signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them. Yet the face of Uriel Septim more seemed consistent with his age. Baron Zaya dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects within their own halls. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. The division changed, and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped. And then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven airs. and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible, destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking into the face of Uriel Septum. How could she be sure that she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switched back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You were no older than tiny Morgaia here. We were greatly honored to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously, very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed, I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker, if it had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baronzaya bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Ariel had insisted the place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in as mock-serious a fashion. The last Baronzaya had heard of Justin, several years ago, the Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in the Landrel to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim, the Nightingale. Could it be? Yes, yes. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baronzaya knew she was right. It was him, it was. The Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong. So wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baronzaya guessed that their troubles were due to this false emperor, this nightingale-spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckon time. Long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim, the Nightingale knew of Symmachus' famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Symmachus was left alone to deal with troubles that the Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Baronzaya impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies-in-waiting and personal knights escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, real dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances, and for once Baronzaya was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed towards the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired if King Eadwire of Wayrest, of the province of High Rock, might be granted an audience with famed Queen Baronzaya of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her, and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Baronzaya's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with the dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "Lady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome, elderly man on horseback, surrounded by half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Baronzaya said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight after the dinner hour." King Eadwire looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Baronzaya stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness. but though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot between the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great nighthawk finished its ascent, wings folding, talons reaching for a thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message, secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water until when she was done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared the satisfaction of the job well done, mission accomplished and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand. Baron's eye sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. Symmachus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmachus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as king of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmachus was dead. Baron's Eye and the children had become traitors to the Empire, and the price set on their heads. Symmachus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. The Lady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay, her detention, her captivity, and in all probability her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again, at least not alive. Symmachus was dead. Milady? Baron's Eye had jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The Breton is here, milady. King Eadwire. The woman added helpfully, noting Baron's Eye's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? She said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not late, Baron's Eye said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo into emptiness. It suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. See to the word. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on the royal visitor. She felt numb as the stone walls around her, numb as the questions of the night air, numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. King Eadwire greeted her gravely and courteously, and a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently as his family's legends. Gradually he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favorable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, Lady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but No, Baron's Eye said with sudden decisiveness. You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know. Eadwire relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. You know? You are not just humoring someone you might think a madman? I assure you, my lord, I am not. She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor? The Imperial battle mage Jagartharn. Ah, my lord, the king, have you perchance heard someone called the Nightingale? Yes, milady, as a matter of fact, I have. Well, as I believe him to be the one and the same man as the renegade Tharn. I knew it. Baron's Eye stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. The Nightingale, Jagartharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He contrived their downfall seamlessly. Perfectly. Symmachus, my Symmachus. Eadwire coughed diffidently. Milady, we need your aid. Baron's Eye smiled grimly at the irony. I do believe I should be the one saying these words, but go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King? Quickly the monarch outlined the plot. The mage Rhea Silmain, of late apprentice to the vile Jagartharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor, yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in the unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jagar-Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom with Rhea's spirit's help. Baron's eye had the false Emperor's ears, and seemingly his eyes. Would she provide the necessary distraction? I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Baronzaya said carefully, but would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, milady, and Morrowind, things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass that makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable. Sacrosanct, in fact, the king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. My lord king, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes? And seemingly at that. Eadwire looked uncomfortable. It was written among the servants that Jagar-Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. The thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed the man she truly did love. Loved. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him, the pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love, the pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little Morgaya. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Eadwire's heard broke into her thoughts. What? Does what surprise me? Your likeness, in Tharn's room. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes, and no. Eadwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you give him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my lord king? Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why, yes. Yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baronzaya related the recent events quickly and coolly. Milady, queen, but how dreadful. I'm so sorry. For the first time, Baronzaya's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we could hardly ask. Nay, good my lord, under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murder of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may. Eadwire drew himself up, his eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen. The gods of our beloved land, indeed Tamriel itself, be my witnesses. His words touched her absurdly, yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Eadwire. You have mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgana whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Helseth looked dour but said nothing. He was very like his father. His father. At the Imperial Palace, Baron Zaya was escorted not into the great audience hall but to a small parlor where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Baron Zaya stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago. Tiber Septim. Another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Symmachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw. Only she had never let him know. She had been so young then. Those had been carefree days. Halcyon days. Before everything. Before all this. Before him. Not Symmachus. The nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her. Even now, after all that had happened, a strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back at last, the real Septim had vanished, and the nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew. Instantly I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Baron Zaya spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead, I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. No, no, no. I don't want that at all, Baron Zaya. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that sent shivers cascading through her body, the same voice that was doing the same thing to her, here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you, unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. Ah, but now I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give to you. He once more waved his hand toward the window in the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late, too late. You left me to him. He's dead, the peasant's dead. A scant few years, what do they matter? The children can be adopted by me, and we'll have others together, Baron Zaya. Oh, and what children they'll be, what things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't even dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya, my beloved. Tell me. It shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Baron Zayas. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Baron Zaya? For by that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Baron Zaya was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been long, besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, milady Queen Baron Zaya. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it, now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Baron Zaya said loudly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, Yulkar. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, or its delight. That would be impossible. You don't trust me, Baron Zaya pointed, but softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love, of course I do. But it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained in wisdom since last we met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel. And yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. It is a riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart, and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, 1 of 2, 2 of 1, 3 of 2, 2 of 3. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves' Guild in a past life, in another life, another Baron Zaya. One morning, Baron Zaya managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied with his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in an odd shorthand and was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps. And yet, for all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which she was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard. And yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Baron Zaya thought, and straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad. And then Theris, with a feline Khajiit smile, Tiber Septim powerful and lonely, Symmachus solid, stolid Symmachus, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale, who would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Baron Zaya got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Eadwire called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. Perhaps. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Eadwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Baron Zaya even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Eadwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children liked Eadwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Eadwire was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Baron Zaya just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married, at least not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel, disguised as schools. "She'll grow worse in time," Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Baron Zaya's swollen breasts and swelling belly with satisfaction. And as for the children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. He did want the child. Baron Zaya was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Baron Zaya made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Baron Zaya would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him. But he would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagath-Ur was. When she next quarreled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city with Eadwire and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person, nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the Imperial City's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Urnzaya, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septums, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Eadwire was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Baronzaya and Eadwire were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Eadwire doted on her and her children. She in turn did not love him. She was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very good place for children to grow up, while they waited and bided their time, and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Baronzaya could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time, but no more love left to give, and no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memories, and her children. She only wanted to raise her family, and provide them a good life, and be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul as well as of her heart. Pleasant dreams, that was what she wanted. That was what the real Baronzaya wanted. That was what the real Baronzaya was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams.